Hello, everyone. Welcome to a new stream, I guess. Instead of playing a game like Elden Ring, I guess we're just going to do it like the real streamers do and just kind of make some content as we go along. So, for everybody who doesn't know me, I'm Last Protagonist. I make a lot of Elden Ring, Soulsborne lore videos. I've done a couple stream throughs of the game, and for a long time, I didn't really want to get into looking at other people's content to just kind of keep my mind fresh and away from everything to kind of not get influenced by other people's ideas. So I figured, why not start streaming the process of me looking at other people's content, giving a bit of my perspective on things, interacting with chat in the process. So a lot of the videos that I'm going to go through on my playlist have been suggested to me by members of the chat. But some videos I just kind of saw as I was looking for things to look at, and I just thought they looked interesting, so I added them to the playlist, which, now that I think about it, I didn't include it into the description yet, so I'll probably go into that after the stream to add in my playlist. So if you guys want to like look at what I'm going to watch throughout this stream and whatnot, and give me suggestions, it'll be there. So once again, I'm glad to see all of you who've joined in. Teen Sith, Astanex, Mercy Rat. Still waiting for me? Am I not talking? Got me all confused. Mortis, nice to see you again. You guys should be able to hear my voice, right? Oh, the VTuber? Okay. You want the VTuber, Rat? Well, it's kind of funny that you should ask about that because we got Pepe Ofnir to kind of represent me. So that's kind of the big reveal. That's not a real reveal or anything. It's just kind of something that I thought would be funny. Like if I ever get like off on a tangent to just kind of bring this dude in and out. So yeah, PNG tuber protag off near pretty much. Okay, so yeah, welcome into the stream, everybody. Just to give a bit of context as to what we're going to do, we are going to be reacting to some lore videos and stuff like that. Hopefully my audio is balanced. It's kind of tough balancing that on my end, so if I need to tweak some things as we go along, please bear with me. My plans for this stream are to kind of record everything on my end because I can only upload at 720p while I'm streaming. So I'll get like the higher quality footage, maybe do some actual editing, and put my reactions and stuff onto the main channel, this is all the same channel, but like in the main stream of things, because the algorithm kills everything that's like a live stream or something along those lines. But yeah, that way it'll be a better service to like what all the other content creators have worked on to like make their videos look good and stuff. So I'll probably try to upload some things through there. And with that being said, my goal for going through and reacting to other people's content isn't to just like tear people down. I'm very interested in what other people have to say. I don't want to be too nitpicky or like come across as being negative, although I kind of have a feeling that's just kind of how I am. I can be a bit too critical, so I don't really want to start too much drama, but sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles, I guess. But overall, my goal here is to make this kind of a communal effort. So if I react to another content creator's stuff, hopefully they'll take my criticism constructively, and hopefully like we can work together to like up both of our games if they want to react to me reacting to them. So it'll just be reacts all the way down. Why is Gideon the greatest boss? Because he's the all-knowing. Welcome in, Killer Vic and Vacuous. Nice to see you again. Posh Boy, welcome in. Hot Tub Stream when? Let's put some lava around Gideon Ofnir, and then we can get a hot tub stream. Watch the Gold Mask video. It's on the list. So I don't know how much I'm going to like actively react to things. So this is kind of a bit of a test stream to just see how much I go off the rails based on what other people say. So I think I've got like 3 videos queued up right now because I don't really know how long everything is going to run. So the first video I have, I thought it'd be fitting to work with what looked to be an interesting video from Bob the Hollow, where he talks about like pointers for looking for lore, I think it was. And then Mortis had suggested I look at Smoughtown's choir video, which he just released like really recently, so that's kind of interesting. And Smoughtown's videos are really long, so if we still have time after that, I'll try to react to V-Limit's video about Vargram, the Raging Wolf, because he suggested that or requested that I look at his video a while back. And I've seen it before, but I think it's a really good video, and I just kind of want to share it again. But on future streams, we will be getting to other videos, and the Gold Mask video is included there. And before I make a 13-episode, 1-hour episode series all about one video he particularly disagrees with, oh no, Mauler 2.0. The choir video started some debate in the Discord, so he thought it'd be interesting to discuss. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to take too much out of Smoughtown. I'm curious as to what he says. I mean, I might end up agreeing with quite a bit of it, but I know my takes on Bloodborne definitely go against the established grain of things. So before going into the React content, though, this is kind of something I've wanted to do for a while, but haven't really had a good enough excuse to do. And I don't know, I feel like it's a little bit arrogant to make a tier list and just kind of argue things, at least on my own. So maybe having chat to help temper my feelings or get me more heated about other bosses and stuff could make it a bit more interesting. So without further ado, I do have a tier list for all the Soulsborne bosses, including Sekiro, and Elden Ring. So I figured we could go through there and I can give everybody my ranking. So this is going to be kind of difficult just because of how the screen space economy, I think this, you guys can kind of see what's going on with the screen a bit better. For the bosses, okay, this is going to be, because if I make it smaller, it's going to be kind of hard to see. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, I think it's just going to be kind of a pain in the butt no matter how I do it. All right, so I don't really know what order we should go in, and I'm certain things are going to change. Yeah, I can't even tell. What is that? It doesn't even have the nameplates on it. That kind of puts a damper into things. How it is now is perfect. That's the adjudicator. Oh, okay, so it's probably in alphabetical order. Oh yeah, because I see the bird. When I was looking at this, it kind of reminded me of the Banished Knight thing. And I feel like I need to sit closer to the screen just to make out some of these things. Actually, yeah, let me do that real quick. This really isn't helping, but sorry if I get too close to the mic. I can move it. Hopefully it doesn't get too echoey or anything. All right, well. Oh yeah, I also forgot to bring in good old trusty Nightbot to remind me to sit straight, which is definitely not going to happen if I'm crouching over to look at these damn icons. Okay, so Nightbot should be joining everybody. Quit sitting like bananas and drink some water and all that. Who's my favorite boss and why is it the Rat Vanguard? It's because rats are very good members of the community. That's why. How far back do I sit? Not that far back, to be honest. But it's just I don't know. With these images, okay, I guess I really just couldn't tell what the adjudicator was. Actually, I don't know what this is. This spider thing? Oh, armored spider. Okay, I'm it's not Quelaag because that starts with Q. Okay. Anyway, I guess going alphabetically is kind of boring, so I'm just going to go with some random ones. All right, so we have the Black Knife Assassin. It's kind of hard to even count some of the Elden Ring bosses as bosses because they're just kind of enemies at some points of the game. I almost want to say B tier because it's not bad or anything, but I also kind of want to say C tier because it doesn't feel like a real boss. Oh, let's get rid of this E tier. A, B, C, D, F. Oh, okay, that kind of... Oops. Makes things a bit more complicated. Dark Souls 2 doesn't exist. There's a few variants of the Black Knife as well. Yeah. So like if we're talking about like the Black Knife assassin that's in the catacombs, that's one thing. There's also like the invisible one. Oh yeah, I guess I should consider that as well. So because of the invisible mechanic, that does make it a pain in the butt, but I kind of like it. So I think I'll go with actually just like B tier because like mechanically, nothing that it does is like super broken. It does have some interesting things to worry about with like the Black Flame. It also has some pretty cool lore. Yeah, okay. So for ranking a lot of the bosses, I'll also consider lore as like part of a reason to increase or decrease their stuff. So with their lore, no, I don't want to give it A tier. I think that definitely puts it into B tier though, even though it's like a reused boss. I think that's my justification. It does have really good lore. The wounded one in Limgrave, yeah. Okay, so oh no. Oh well, this is the first one I looked at. Lady Maria. Well, this is going to make things complicated if I can't actually scroll up. Alright. Wait, how do people actually normally do this? Well, they don't have it like zoomed to like 200. Can you guys still see what's going on with it like being like this? Damn, I can't. These icons are tiny. Where did I put Lady Maria? I lost her. Oh, it's probably because like the row has changed. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I'm like looking over here where I left her. Lady Step on Me of the Astral Clock Tower. Honestly, she is probably, for me, like low S tier. Like she's a really good fight. She's almost like a little bit parry bait, but I mean, she's kind of iconic. Her soundtrack's really good. Her lore, I'm not the biggest fan of her lore personally because I liked other aspects of the Bloodborne story more that I think she kind of like steps on, but I mean, I can't really control that, but this is a really good boss fight. Really helps define a lot of the old Hunters DLC for some people. But, okay. Let's go over to the right this time. What is this? Dragon Slayer armor in Dark Souls 3. So, for some reason, this armor gave me a lot of trouble my first playthrough. Way more than I ever would have expected. He does get reused, so I was going to give him a B, then I remembered he's reused, and not only that, like the little pilgrim butterflies do like this weird attack. So his moveset isn't like phenomenal, but it's also not bad. Would I rank him higher than the Black Knife Assassin? No, I think this is a B tier boss. I think like this is a pretty good boss as far as bosses go. It's just kind of unfortunate with the other stuff. Like the pilgrim butterflies just kind of take it down a little bit for me, but it doesn't like ruin it. Like the boss itself has a pretty good moveset. He's pretty tanky and all that. Maria's parry bait. She was so easy spamming the gun. You're never fond of the armor. Yeah, even though it's like not my favorite boss, I think it's a good boss. Like it has a role as a boss. Like some bosses are complete jokes. Some don't offer enough challenges, but I think he's a pretty like good mid-tier boss, which is a good for B. So what is this? Sin, the Slumbering Dragon. Okay, so full disclosure, when I went through Dark Souls 2, I played it mostly as a caster. So most of my other rankings are going to come from like the melee perspective, with the exception of Dark Souls 2. And I'm also really harsh against Dark Souls 2. And I don't remember like a lot of their bosses super well. I think Sin gave me a little bit of trouble, but he really wasn't bad. I think like for a dragon bosses, he's a dragon. And since he's not very memorable to me, I think I'm going to have to give him a C. Yeah, I feel like Dark Souls 2's environments were more interesting than some of their bosses. Like Shulva was a lot cooler than Sin was. Like Sin isn't bad, but I'm kind of over a lot of the dragon fights. I'm sure like at the time, if I didn't have the context of Elden Ring and like Midir in Dark Souls 3, I would rank him higher because he's definitely better than Calamite in terms of like fighting him. But I'm just kind of over dragons, I guess. One of the problems FromSoft has is when they fill a boss slot rather than having a boss and needing a place to slot it in. Harsh on the Poison Boy? Maybe. Like I said, I don't remember him super well. He might be deserving of a B, but like I definitely remember the Dragon Slayer armor and the Black Knife Assassin more than I remember Sin. And this is kind of me being more familiar with these two games. I'll admit that much. But yeah, he's a poison dragon, but he's still a dragon. Flies up. He's just a dragon. All right, Nishandra. Oh, so mechanically she's really bad, but she has some really really cool lore. So I'll actually give her a C. Do I like her more than Sin? Kind of. Yeah, I think I do like her more than Sin actually. So I'm gonna. Oh, I'll place like the bosses in order of like how much I think they're better than the other ones or worse, but like left and right. F tier. She has really good lore. She's a good villain if but not a good boss fight, if that makes sense. Like she's a good boss, but not a good fighter. Nishandra's D tier? Maybe. I think also, like, to keep in context, like, Nishandra definitely becomes a joke, probably, like, actually D tier, if you do go through all the DLC content first. Yeah, I would definitely agree with you there. She's interesting, yeah. Like, her visual design's interesting. I'm not the biggest fan of the Children of the Dark, but seeing her out of context, it's like, holy crap. She has a certain like Dark Souls factor that I will not deny. She's kind of like the driving force behind Vendrick to do all his terrible stuff in a certain way. So she has really good lore. We do get some insight into like some of the mechanics of Dark Souls universe because of like her lore items. So bumping her up from like the visual design, like if you ignored like the boss fight stuff, she's, definitely not bad. Blue Goobers A tier. All right, okay. So who is this one? Champion Gravetender. I think. Like I think this is kind of like a C fight for me. Like it's not good, but it's also not bad. Do I like it better than Sin? Not exactly. But do I hate him more? Maybe a little bit, yeah. Just because like having to deal with the wolf and the wolves and the multi-target kind of makes it a bit annoying. And it just does kind of feel like tacked on. Maybe this is closer to D. I feel like this is kind of like my middle low C tier, if that makes sense. Hey, what's up, Nate Doggy? Nice to see you again. And howdy the cat, nice to see you. Shout out to the time you fought Fume Knight in VC and it took you forever to realize you were wearing the Aegis helmet and triggering phase 2 immediately. I'm not surprised about that. Champion Gravetender's D tier for you, Mortis. You keep forgetting it exists. Yeah, he might be D tier. Like, once we fill this out, I might, like, move some bosses some more. Like, he's really not that interesting. Like, the more I think about it, like, yeah. But there are worse bosses, I think, and that might, like, help things out. All right, so we have Dark Lurker. So, again, I fought Dark Lurker as a caster, and this is kind of hard to place for me because I think as a boss, the Dark Lurker is actually pretty damn cool and everything, but he just suffers from being in Dark Souls 2 and like the super slow speed of the healing. Like if you could just heal faster to deal with like the multiple versions of him, I think he could be an A tier, but because he is in Dark Souls 2 for me, it took me a while to beat him. He has some really cool lore. I think I'm going to place him. Let's say between the Dragon Slayer armor and the Black Knife Assassin at B tier. Because I think as a boss, like the Black Knife Assassin is as compelling to me as like the Dark Lurker in certain senses. It's just like the two games are balanced completely differently depending when you fight each one. You thought the Dark Lurker looked kind of silly. Yeah, I mean, he kind of also like ties into the potential like Locust Angels in Dark Souls 3. Some interesting stuff with like being a being of the dark, but being able to use like fire or sorceries and stuff like that. Pyromancies, whatever they use, incantations, I guess, miracles. All right, so let's go down here. What is this? Wait, what is this? Oh, oh, it's Tower Knight. Okay. I mean, no, I wasn't looking at that. I was looking at this one. Does anybody in chat have any idea what this is? This thing right here? It looks like a Batmobile with a whip. This is the Sky King? Oh, okay, from Demon Souls. I don't think I've ever seen its concept art. That confused me. Okay, the Storm King? Storm Ruler? Thank you. I lost it all. Let's keep going out lower. So this is the one that really started it all. And it's not the best of the gimmick fights, but it's not the worst. It's probably one of Demon Souls' better fights. He's kind of started the Windblade things. I almost want to give him a B. Like a low B or like a high C. Hey, that's a drink. F tier Storm King isn't even a fight. He's not as bad as Yorm. Yeah, I kind of prefer the Storm Ruler over the Yorm, though. And he does like have interesting lore, although not very much lore because he's a Demon Souls boss. So yeah, I just kind of like it. So I think I'm going to give him a nod over Nishandra. Mechanically, you don't really engage with it. You know, that's kind of true. Like, he doesn't... You just hide behind things. But, you know, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Like, he's a gimmick fight. Like, he's gimmicky. That's just kind of his thing. So, yeah, I'm going to stick with, like, a C. Like, C isn't, like, a fantastic score, but, like, he's a boss, you know? He's interesting enough, and because of him, they iterated on things better. And I think they did a really good job with Rykard in comparison. Fix chat replay? Uh-oh. What's wrong with it, Mortis? It looks fine on my screen. All right. Let's go next. It's been frozen? Oh, really? Okay. Okay, thanks. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes, like, it times out, I guess. So just let me know if that stuff happens. Oops. Like Scoob. Let's do that. Okay. Let's go back on over to... I can't tell what duo this is. Damn it. I lost them. Any idea who... Where are they? I lost them. Maybe I should just pick somebody else now. Okay, no. Oh, okay, no, this is, Wait, which sister is this? I know it's one of the Dark Souls 2 sisters. I'm just going to put it down there real quick. The one in front of Sin is the Squalid Queen. Oh, no, this is Astria? Oh, okay, yeah, he has the squid hat on. Okay, thanks, Rat. Yeah, okay, Alana. Okay. For some reason, I thought it was Alana and, like, the summoning of the knights. But no, this makes more sense. Lady Astria. Lady Ashtray. So, yeah. So, this is kind of as much of a gimmicky fight as the Storm Ruler is. I like it in some ways even less. Because, yeah, I think I'm just going to have to give this, like, a D. It's not really, like, an F-tier boss where it, like, doesn't work. But it's not really much of a boss, because you can cheese the crap out of him. And with our Demon Souls stream, like, it does give you a bit more extra challenge if you try to kill her directly, which is kind of cool, which I think kind of saves it from being, like, lower. But they do have good lore. I can't really justify putting it higher, I don't think. Hey, Tough Eyes, welcome in. As a lore fiend to another, you have a question for me? Outside of this, you think Roger is a reference to Snufkin from Moomins. What you think? Because he's a sage-like character. I have not seen Moomins, or I don't even think I've really heard of it. I think I've maybe in passing. Astrea. No, it's Ashtray. She has an S tier theme in the OG as well. They barely touch it in the remake. You can out DPS her regen on a bow build, which is really funny. Will it really let me? Yeah. We used magic on the playthrough. It took a hot minute, and I also screwed up quite a few times. So it's interesting, but just like super cheesable all around. Like the little goblin dudes, imp things in the pit that look like never mind. They look like certain things in Berserk were more dangerous than these two combined. So, the plague babies, yeah. I was going to say something a bit more unsavory at first. Alright, so I think I just saw Yorm. Probably shouldn't like zoom in and out because it moves everything. So anyway, Pinwheel. Oh boy. Good old Pinwheel. Yeah, this really screws me up when I do this. And I lost him. Let's see, oh, okay, I moved him way up. Okay. Pinwheel, Pinwheel, Pinwheel. He's almost like an F tier boss. Yeah, he is an F tier boss, because the way that I was thinking like he's almost an F tier boss is I forget that I tend to go down and kill him really, really freaking early. So he's not a complete pushover, but I gotta remember I also killed him at level 17. And typically the way you would fight him is after you go to Anor Londo. So with that context in mind, I really can't give him anything higher. His lore is next to non-existent. He's got a cool visual design. Like his Japanese name is kind of like three people in a coat. So Pinwheel is kind of a cooler name in English than the Japanese. But if he's not an F tier boss, I struggle to think of who else would be. The first boss of Dark Souls, yeah. I mean, after the Asylum Demon, I did try to go down to the Catacombs my very first playthrough, so he almost was my first real boss. The red jellies. Pinwheel's credit, it can blast noobs unprepared for Shadow Clone Jutsu, but that's it. But getting to Pinwheel is harder than actually fighting him. Like going through, dealing with all of the Necromancers, the Spinny Wheels, the Black Knight that's randomly down there, there's also the Titanite Demon. Oh my god. Pinwheel would just crumple if it fought any of the mobs in its arena, or area. He's F tier, but he's S in your heart. Aren't they all? Aren't they all? Alright, Fume Knight. You know what? For as much as I dislike Dark Souls 2, I will say that Fume Knight has some pretty cool lore. It kind of gets a little bit recycled in Dark Souls 3 a little bit, but you know what? That's okay. The thing that's going to push him into the next tier for me is the second phase being triggered on alternate conditions. I love those kind of Easter eggs. So I'm actually going to give him an A. Like, he actually has interesting things going on with his character design, some interesting stuff going on with the environmental design, even though it can kind of screw the player if they don't know what they're doing. So mechanically, he's okay for a Dark Souls 2 boss, but his lore, his environmental stuff, and the extra triggers really bump him up for me. You're gonna make a take Fume Knight is D tier? You don't like the DS2 DLC fights? Mortis just activated PvP. Alright, let me get a swig real quick. The problem you have rating DS2 games is you only played through it once, you just couldn't stand it. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel, but I mean, we gotta go with our guts sometimes, right? Dark Beast Carl is kind of a D tier fight, but if you break its limbs and everything and stagger it, it does like have a lot of very interesting interactions. So even though it doesn't have a lot of lore, I also just really like its visual design. It's kind of emblematic of Bloodborne. So I'm going to give it a C plus B and put it probably ahead of Dark Lurker. Do I want to put it ahead of the Black Knife Assassin? It's kind of a tough call for me. Like, the Black Knife Assassin is just kind of really well designed as kind of like an enemy in general, with like its grab and the way that it can move in and out of range. It's a little bit annoying. Kind of like Parl, I guess, to a certain extent. But I don't know. I think it's just a very smooth enemy overall. Maybe I should put this into an A tier, to be honest. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to bump this up here. And Parl is probably more like a B. You love the blue lightning? Give you more? You like to give Dark Beast Carl a goofy voice in your head? Hey, Noah. You like most Bloodborne bosses? Logarius made you rage quit once, though. Yeah, and Parl, you can fight both early and in the Chalice dungeon as the quote-unquote Lauren Dark Beast. So, I think in the Chalice, it is a bit overtuned, and I think that's going to prevent me from giving it an A. I think overall, there should have been a happy medium between how hard the Lauren Dark Beast is and how easy Dark Beast Parl is. And some of it just comes down to weapons. Like, if you cannot reliably break its limbs, you're probably going to have a bit of a bad time. But you can also summon for it, which I should preface that I don't really summon for my fights. So that's kind of also the view that I'm going to be looking at it as like more of a strictly 1v1 type of thing, unless it's like a duo fight. And then I probably summoned, unless it's like the earlier games. Elden Ring is kind of like the main exception. Atafai says, Snufkin in Moomins is a guiding archetype of a character and also knowledgeable of the likes of the Forest Spirits. He knows how to beat them. Okay, I'll need to look into that. If you're in the Discord, send me like a trailer or something and I'll try to check it out. Didn't the Tonitrus absolutely wreck the Dark Beast? It probably can, but it shouldn't because it does like lightning damage. But it's just like blunt style attacks are really good for breaking limbs. So I could see how that would work. And to even make the Tonitrus work, you already have to have like a lot of stats kind of invested into it. So if you're using it at all, it's probably you're probably at a decent point in the game. So the Lost Sinner. Okay. Hoo-wee. So I'm probably really gonna give this an F tier, but put it ahead of Pinwheel. Because I just really didn't like this fight. Like, it was extremely slow. When you do it on New Game Plus, like the challenges, it has 2 pyromancers come down from the walls into its arena. But there's like 2. Okay, you know what? Maybe I'll give it. No, I don't even want to give it a D tier because, like, with the lights being able to affect the arena, like, it's a cool idea, but I just think this is too terribly executed to be saved by it. Like, I think these two have a more interesting combo than the Lost Sinner. And I don't really feel like this relates to Izalith from Dark Souls 1 at all. Like, if you took the bug out of the thing, would anything even suggest this is remotely close to Izalith? Some people say, like, the markings on the ground, but sure, those exist. But, I mean, couldn't you just put the markings anywhere else? Like, I think this is such a terrible stand-in for Izalith. We don't even really know what this Lost Sinner's sin was. Like, we know Izalith kind of got cremated for her ambition, which makes a lot of sense. I think this is just a huge disservice to the game and all of the series lore. You don't remember the pyromancers in the boss? So yeah, it's a New Game Plus or like the bonfire aesthetic feature. Actually, do bonfire aesthetics include the pyromancers? No, yeah, I'm pretty sure they do because I triggered it that way. Sinner tried to remake the Flame too, right? Yeah, probably. I mean, I think that's what they were trying to go for, but the DS2 lore is just really bad on that front. All right, so next. Knight Artorias. It's not actually F tier, don't worry. So he has some really cool lore, went on to inspire the Abyss Watchers. As far as like a Dark Souls 1 fight goes, he's pretty up there, to be honest. So the first time I fought him, I bullied him and killed him in one attempt. Then I fought him on stream, and then he bullied me, and it took me like a lot of attempts. So I don't really think that any Dark Souls 1 boss is like super amazing, because like the games are kind of limited at their time. But I do think he is a good boss for a FromSoft game, so I'm going to give him an A. Because for a lot of people, he kind of is like the DLC boss. Like he's the one, kind of more so than Manus even. Yeah, I'm gonna put him above Fume Knight even. He inspired God to use S tier. Hey Spectre, nice to see you. How controversial! You haven't played DS2 or DS1 too much. Yeah, this whole tier list is gonna be super controversial, which is kind of the fun of it. It's kind of fun seeing you guys getting angry. Mort is just spamming S tier. You remembering that one clip of that guy praising Dark Souls for its difficulty while he tanks all of Artorias' attacks and just Estus chugs? Yeah. So that's kind of the funny thing. If you bully like a lot of these bosses, they're not that bad. So like the first time I fought Artorias and Manus, I just got in their faces and kept hitting them for the most part, and it worked. And then when I was doing it on stream, I was like being more passive and I got bullied. So is this? Oh, this is Owl, I think. For a second, I thought he kind of looked like Horaloo. Let's zoom in. I want to double check if this is Owl or not. Let's put him like over here. Okay, yeah, that's definitely Owl. I'm trying to remember if there's anything that Owl did that I thought was like broken garbage. I don't think so, but I remember him actually being kind of tough. Or I'm thinking of Ishin in the palace, like after Emma. I can't remember the two of those super well, but I think Owl is actually a really good fight. All of the Sekiro fights are pretty damn good, to be honest. So I'm gonna give him an A. Is he better than the Black Knife Assassin? I think he's definitely better than Fume Knight. I do feel like, yeah, I think it's just kind of apples and oranges. It's really kind of hard to compare the two. Is he better than Artorias? I don't think so. Yeah, I think this is a pretty good spot for Owl. Definitely like high A tier boss if you enjoy that kind of combat, I think. You'd like to see someone redesign the Artorias fight where he gets to use a shield? Oh, that'd be interesting. Yeah, like in a mod or something. Because I was like, they redesigned it with the Abyss Watchers, but no, none of them use shields either. Posh Boy starting to realize how few bosses in Bloodborne and Sekiro have in comparison to Elden Ring and Dark Souls. I think Bloodborne in some ways is closer to the former than Sekiro. I don't know. We'll see as we go along. You honestly thought Owl was Horaloo? It does look like him from just like this little thumbnail thing. Or thumbnail icon. Yeah. Owl's a pretty tricky fight. He's a dirty, cheating SOB, and that really fits into his lore, Noah. So I think that's a pretty good argument in his favor. Yeah, I remember he was pretty difficult, but when I was also fighting Owl, Ama, and Ishin, I hadn't upgraded anything more than I absolutely had to, other than like, the skills. So it took me a lot longer to fight them because I wasn't doing as much damage. But they were fun fights. Demon Fire Sage. Okay. He's not quite an F, although maybe he should be. I think he's functional more so than these two are. And he's a little bit better than Asylum Demon, but he's almost just as bad. So I think this is a D tier boss. He's just like a boss, You fought him before. He's just fire flavored this time. He's good average in your book. He is kind of average, but I think he's kind of sub-average just because he's reused so much. Like, if you only fought him once, I would probably agree that he's a C, but he's too derivative for me to get him, like, any higher. And also welcome into the stream, Lennon. He's a reskin with janky and unclear hitboxes. The original had janky and unclear hitboxes. You had no clue if the magic attack would actually hit you or not, no matter where you were. That's an interesting point, Rat. Are you talking about like the original Prepare to Die or the remake? Because I don't remember a lot of the visual differences if he was better in the remake or not. Or remaster, I should say. Why is he vulnerable to fire? He's vulnerable to fire? I mean, are demons vulnerable to fire? I know they're vulnerable to bleed. That's a good question. Flaming hot flavored asylum demon, exactly. His visual design is a bit contradictory since he looks like he'd be resistant to fire. That was the original. After all, it was only you could play, the 1.0 version of the game. My man, you are a trooper. Yeah, that's totally understandable. At least between Prepare to Die and the remaster, like some of his hitboxes are kind of no. I do remember it being clearer in the remaster, whatever. Like the orb was a bit more defined. But yeah, that's pretty bad. All right, so Scorpion S. Okay. I just had like an existential crisis for a moment because I just realized like her name was there. So wait, did they all have names? No, the bigger ones. Not all of them do. All right, so Scorpion S. Najka, however you pronounce it. Naka. Dark Souls 2 boss. Honestly, I think she's pretty good for a Dark Souls 2 boss. Definitely not as good as the Dark Lurker. She's kind of on the same par as like the Dragon Slayer armor. She's a bit more cheesy though, so I think maybe I'll put her a little bit lower. Although her visual design's kind of cool. She doesn't have like a lot of lore. She has a little bit of lore with the other Scorpion, but I think she's different enough to like stand out and not be bad. D tier budget Quelaag. I think she's better than Quelaag, but yeah, they are similar. She's certainly interesting with being able to jump on her back, but her moveset has very little variety. And remember, I only played through it like once, so you might be right about that, and maybe I just like she didn't get too stale for me. You liked her, she could knock the branch down, making it an interesting mechanic. You also had like the Tremors mechanic where you could like step on like the actual stones, and then she can't jump out of the stones underneath you, which is kind of interesting. It's different from FromSoft game, so I think that puts her like a step above Quelaag maybe for me. All right, so Capra Demon. This I don't think I can justify giving it an F tier. Like, and part of the reason why I'm going to say this, and bear with me here, is he's funny. Like, for as bad of a boss as he is, you will get some of the funniest frickin' clips of people dying to him, myself included. And he just has like a kind of iconic wake up call. Like, this is Dark Souls after the like this is Dark Souls moment once you manage to make it to him. Like if you kill the Taurus demon, that's like your first welcome to Dark Souls moment. The second would be getting flame blasted by that damn dragon, and the third would be dealing with this dude and the damn camera. So, as a boss, like, or as like a regular enemy, he's kind of cool, but that also kind of works against him. Like he's terrible to fight against, but he just has a place in the fandom, So I don't think I can give him worse than the Demon Fire Sage, but he's definitely not better than Astraya or Garl Vinland. Capra Demon's meant to be unfair. It fills its purpose well. Omen Killer's better. He's so iconic, the bane of the first playthroughs. I can't give him a C. Like, it's just too F you, Miyazaki, He's a solid B. Teaches you to unlock the camera. The real boss are the damn dogs. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. Like, once the dogs are down, unless you just like get one shot by him, he's really not difficult on his own. It's literally the dogs, though. It's the arena that you're really fighting. You enjoyed fighting him in co-op when you played through DS Remaster? Yeah, I haven't played a lot of the stuff co-op. I should give it a try sometime just to like change things up. All right, so let's go with this guy. He's Flo? No, not Flo. Technically, no, this one would technically be Darrowil or any of the other Bloodhound Knights. So it's kind of hard to rank these because I fought them mostly when I've outscaled them. They don't have super cool lore. They're not super difficult, but you can also jump over some of their attacks because they're hunched down kind of low. I think this is a pretty good C tier boss for Elden Ring. Is he better than Sin? Maybe not. Is he better than the Gravetender? Maybe? Yeah, because at least he's kind of unique, even though he does get reused a bit. I don't know. I think I'll just stick with him for now, but I kind of feel like he should be lower than the Gravetender. But then I just think about how like not good the Gravetender is, and then I feel like he should be higher. So maybe these are like the exact same to me. If only Capra had a plunging attack animation, oh man, that'd be brutal. All right, so let's go look gold free. Or is this technically still Godfrey? Well, for now, I'm just going to say he's gold free. And where should I place gold free? In some ways, he's kind of difficult because you can't freeze him or bleed him or anything like that. He has a really interesting moveset for being like an axe user. He's kind of like fairly unique. I think I'm going to give him an A. Maybe below the Black Knife Assassins, because mechanically I think these things are slightly more interesting with like the way that they dodge and all that. And Goldfree isn't all of Horaloo, and Goldfree's lore is a little bit lacking in comparison to the Black Knife Assassin. So I'm going to give Black Knife Assassin the nod, mostly because like the lore implications, I think. D tier, you destroyed him fairly easily your first time. I think having a boss that isn't like super difficult isn't a bad thing. Like I think he's just like a good boss. Like I think he's just very well designed. He's B tier, see? That's a hard one. He's not as memorable as real Godfrey. That's the thing. Yeah. But I think part of the issue with like Horaloo Godfrey is his health pool is a little bit too low. So you can't really fully appreciate each phase. Maybe. Although that's just kind of me. Like, I think he sets up what Horaloo or Godfrey is maybe too well. I think it's easy to look down on him because of how good he actually is. Because by the time you fight Godfrey, you're kind of already familiar with his stuff, but Godfrey just dials it up like an extra 2 on like the difficulty scale in terms of like the AoE and stuff. Like he can still jump over his attacks. He telegraphs his stuff super well. You can actually like punish him for attacks, and he can like punish you for being greedy. I think he's just like a really good boss. Like I would definitely like place him higher than anybody in like this tier for sure. He's one of Morgoth's illusions. You didn't think there was anything to him lore-wise because he's just an illusion. But he doesn't bleed. And I think because he doesn't bleed, like, you get to actually fight him a bit longer, which I think is kind of a good thing. The ladder boss from Dark Souls 3 Flame Eater isn't here? Why go on? I have no idea what you're talking about, Rat. Alright, Gaping Dragon. F tier. No, I'm kidding. So I think Gaping Dragon is kind of C tier to me. But I think he's better than this guy. Is he better than Darrowil? No, I think yeah. I don't think he's as good as Sin, not as cool as Nashandra, but he does give us some good lore. And so does okay, yeah, I'm gonna stick him here. So I think he's a good C tier boss. Like he's not super difficult. He's kind of easy to kill. He just kind of comes out of nowhere, but there is kind of an explanation for it if you like read between the lines and stuff. He does give us like a lot of interesting facts, sort of, if you count developer interviews as lore. It's kind of a pain in the ass that you have to get the lore through dev interviews than in the game, though. But nonetheless, Miyazaki tells us that the Gaping Dragon used to be like a true ancient dragon, but the emergence of life corrupted it because he wanted to keep eating. He wanted more life. So that's some cool stuff. So yeah, I think he's just a very good hey, that's a boss kind of boss, which means he's not a very good boss, if that makes sense. C tier, just an average fight all around. Yeah, exactly. He's the coolest Dark Souls board game figure. Oh yeah, I'm sure. Like he has a really cool visual design, very grotesque. Like you, when you fight this thing, you're like, ugh. Like it's very clear what he is. Joe K, welcome in. Ponyboy, also welcome in. I don't know if you were here earlier. You're so unaligned on this, lol. You were a little disappointed that the remembrance bosses were repeated in Elden Ring, but that's nothing new at the FromSoft. Hello, first time chatter here. Welcome in. Nice to have you. Oh, Nightbot getting me. Nimrod, nice to see you again. Your weapon always breaks in the middle of Gaping Dragon's fight, so every fight with him is like 2 hours. Oh man, that's rough. Don't know what to tell you about that. That's just kind of unlucky. So, who is this? Old Iron King. Man, it's kind of hard to place him because, again, I fought him as a caster, so it's a little bit better. I imagine he'd be kind of terrible melee, but I think he's kind of cooler than a lot of the other incarnation bosses, or whatever you want to call them. But I feel like his visual design just kind of carries him a bit farther than I should really give him credit for. I think would I rather fight the Old Iron King or the Champion Gravetender? I think I'd prefer to fight the Old Iron King rather than face like another multi-boss fight. Like he's kind of like a gimmick fight, all things considered, and his gimmick isn't too bad. It hasn't been like used too crazy much. I don't know. Kind of hard for me to place him. Have I tried bringing more than one weapon? Oh, for the fights? No, you don't need more than one weapon. Old Iron King is F tier because of that damn hole. He really made you feel like you were a knight in a classic RPG, and it was a fun boss running around the stage avoiding his punches. Easy A tier for you. Yeah, I mean, I kind of admire that aspect of him. Like he feels very high fantasy. I don't think he's a good analog for Gwyn specifically, but I think he's a really cool boss design, and that just kind of carries him more than anything. Like his lore is. So if we like decouple the Gwyn thing, the Old Iron King lore is actually pretty cool, but it doesn't scream Gwyn to me. You don't think his moveset or design's bad, just the damn hole? Yeah, I feel that, but I think it just kind of all works together for like a gimmick fight. So I think that's a pretty good C tier. Like he could have been done better for sure, but he's not the worst that they've done. He's fun to wail on. Yeah. Welcome back to the stream, Scaleezy. I don't think you said anything tonight. He seems out of place like a Satan boss, really. Well, if you want to talk about out of place, let's not really get started on the Old Iron Keep and the lava lake in the sky that shouldn't exist. I'm factoring lore into the boss tier list alongside how the fight is. That's cool. You keep basing your opinions on the bosses based on challenge and design. He looks very similar to a Balrog, and that's why he's so high fantasy. Yeah. He's just a really good, like, knight medieval high fantasy boss. Just like the Lake of Lava and everything just feels really iconic, I guess. So does it combine Sword Saint Ishin and the other one that's not the Sword Saint, or is it just, oh, okay, no, this is Sword Saint, and then this is the one in the tower. I don't remember what he's called there. Okay, so I don't need to worry about that. Let's go with, who's this? Oh, Fool's Idol. You know, this is another gimmicky type fight. I've never had the misfortune of fighting it without killing the little dude that keeps bringing her back. So I don't know how terrible of an experience that is. She's still a really easy fight. She has a really cool design that's just kind of limited by like the Demon Souls factor. But I think I'm struggling here. Yeah, okay. I just like the design enough of it that I'm gonna give it like a low C tier. Yeah, I think the champion's probably better than her. I'm trying to like compare her to like Garl Vinland and Estrella, but I think I just like her a little bit more, and I think I'm just gonna have to go with my gut on that one. Fool's Idol ZZZ. It's a very, basic boss, but it's also the first boss in the third Arcstone. I think it's kind of a good boss for that point in the game, maybe. But there's nothing wrong with having like a C tier respectable boss, I feel. Somebody say toes? No. Miyazaki did. It's a great fight for one reason, it makes you explore the level. That's a good point. You forgot to kill the guy once and felt so stupid. Yeah, maybe if you could like take care of the dude in there, it'd be better. Or if like he was kind of hidden like the snails in Elden Ring, it might have been a bit better. I don't know. Like she's not difficult. She's gimmicky in a certain way, and she can still get you if you're not like paying too much attention. So she's a boss, you know. Gwyn, Lord of Cinder. How do you even begin to rank Gwyn, Lord of Cinder? Cause I mean his lore, it's Gwyn, it's the dude, the fights, the piano, plin plin plon. He set everything into motion, but 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 do you even parry, bro? Man, like this is such an iconic boss fight that just gets absolutely clowned on, which kind of makes it even funnier. Which maybe I should give points for the humor factor, because he's a very tragic character, not only in terms of how he gets clowned on, but on his lore that he ends up becoming like a little hollow boy himself. So very tragic that his lore is tragic as well as his boss fight mechanics. But I think even with him being clowned on parry bait, I'm gonna give him maybe a pretty high A tier because of him, I like learned to parry. Like I never really had to parry my first time playing Dark Souls until I got to him. And then he was kind of kicking my ass. And then I think I saw like a video of people just parrying him and clowning on him. And I was like, what? And then I parried him and I was like, oh my god, parrying is actually cool. So because of Gwyn being so bad, I got good, So he has a purpose, and it's to learn you to parry. Hey, Spaghetti, nice to see you again. Gwyn is A for effort. Yeah, like, I mean, his lore is really good. His boss fight's pretty good if you ignore the parry bait, but the parry bait in a weird way is kind of also good. And just, he's too iconic to put anywhere lower, I think. Oh, Mortis, if you want to close like the main YouTube stuff, you could just, that might help you with the chat relay stuff. Hey Gloria, welcome to the stream. Please pray for your Elden Ring, but oof. It does indeed smell severely tarnished. Okay. Thanks, Rat. Gwyn was underwhelming mechanically, but emotionally it was devastating. The big bad that had been brought up to be the big bad was just a weak man, almost weaker than the player. And that's another good point. Like, it just kind of works that even if you just kind of clown on him, it's better in a certain way. It's okay. It's okay. Gloria's just a low-level troll. We could have a little trolling as a treat. Fire giants. Right, so I know Fire Giant is definitely going to be contentious for a lot of players because he's kind of like either feast or famine. And with that being said, I didn't ever really have too many issues with Fire Giant until I tried summoning Alexander because when I first fought him, I did it on Torrent and I could just maneuver around most of his spells. I think he killed me like a couple times my very first playthrough. Um, Definitely less than like six, I think, but he has a really cool second phase transition, very iconic. The big reveal of the eye inside his chest is a very memorable scene in Elden Ring. Just also the absolute metalness of breaking off his own broken leg to rekindle the flame within him, I guess, is just very cool stuff. I do wish there was more about the fire giants to begin with, but he is also kind of annoying in a certain way. So if you summon for him, I think he's going to be like lower on the tier list. But if you don't summon and just use Torrent to like move around quickly, he's really not that bad. I don't think he's particularly great. I also don't think he's particularly bad. But I do think he's probably more of like a B tier boss, and I'm going to put him above Harl. Because even though like the limb break thing is kind of cool, we've also seen that stuff happen with like the giant in Dark Souls 2, Amygdala. So a pretty good implementation of that kind of fight, I think. You don't like the fights where you can't see the enemy, but this is one of the less annoying ones. Elden Ring's leveling system will have you over underpowered for this fight. Yeah, that's true. It's kind of hard to judge some of the Elden Ring bosses sometimes because you can massively overscale something or just be underscaled or underleveled, and that can make a really big difference in the perception. But he's a pretty cool fight. I do think it's really funny how he rolls around. So just like humor and stuff alone is pretty cool. He'd be better if he didn't lead into the Godskin duo and Malekith. Yeah, I think it just kind of suffers from like area and game fatigue by the time you get to that section of the game. But the fight on its own is actually pretty, respectable. The raccoon boss, exactly. All right, let's look somewhere on the left side of the screen since I haven't. So we got the Cemetery Shade. This is interesting. Like, this boss is frightening. Like, he can feel relentless and that he could beat you down and bleed you and just stomp all over you if you're underleveled. But if you're overleveled, you could also two-shot him. So it's kind of hard to judge this thing. He's also very scary because that insect on its head, which is controlling it, it doesn't have like a heart. So for being a humanoid type boss, he does have like a unique model, which I think is cool. I think they could have done more with him, but I think he's probably like top of C tier for me, maybe low B, but that might be too high. Like I just don't know if it has enough unique attacks to really like count for it. And I do think it's kind of cheap that like bleed is so damn effective, even if you're like shielding or guarding. So top of C tier. Do I think he's better than the Storm Ruler or Nishandra? No, he doesn't have enough lore. Maybe beneath Old Iron King. No, I'm going to move him over here. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Yorm gets a gimmick weapon to fight, but the much bigger fire giant is more straight up. Yeah. You ever do a sorcery build for Yorm? 2,000 damage from a Soul Spirit of the Dome? No. I've only ever fought Yorm melee style with the Storm Ruler, and I also did fight him without using the Storm Ruler, and that was freaking terrible. I'll be honest. All right, so let's do another left-hand column and another black scary boy. We've got Gravelord Nito. All right, so Nito is super super cool, like lore wise. Visual design is very cool. Like, holy crap, seeing him, he just like leaves an impression, you know. But I am not a big fan of his boss fight at all. I think based on his boss fight alone, I'd probably give him a D tier. Probably even worse than Ashtray and Vinland. But I think his lore is super cool on his own. And with him being a Covenant boy, I'm going to place him probably between Fool's Idol and the Grave Tender. Like, I would rather fight the Grave Tender than Nito, personally. I don't know. Like, his lore is saving him for me. How Nito is that? He mid. He's C or D tier. Okay, at least you guys are feeling the same. With holy weapons, he's good. Otherwise, you have issues. You could also summon what's his face for him. So, no, can you summon him? Maybe not. I don't remember because I don't summon. Let's go to the right side. Who is this? Flexile Sentry. F tier. No, 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 no. So he's a boss. He's also a reused mob. I'm trying to remember where you refight him. Like, I know you fight him in the ship that like fills up with water, and he's okay. The water mechanic is kind of interesting and also a little bit annoying. So he just kind of feels like an overscaled simple enemy than like an actual boss. Like if you stand next to his sides, he goes down pretty quickly. I don't like him nearly as much as Fool's Idol. I don't like him as much as Capra Demon, to be honest. I don't like him as much as the Demon Fire Sage. But I don't think he's F tier. Do I? Nah, yeah, I think I'm just gonna place him here. Like, if you take him out of the water arena, like his boss fight isn't cool. He has very little lore. They just so Flexile, they're just people that grab up cursed ones and just exile them. I don't know where they came up with Flexile, but they just grab the undead and throw them away, essentially. He's overused. Leroy is for Pinwheel. Okay, thanks, Mortis. Yeah, he invades before Nito, so that's kind of why I stopped. I was like, wait, no, you kill him before that. No Man's Wharf, Shaded Woods, oh, and Vanilla, and Sinner's Rise, and Scholar. You fight him in Sinner's Rise, too? Why don't I remember that one? Or is that just like the boss, or not the boss, but just an enemy there? You try to be flexible, but you can't bend on this? F. He might be F tier. Like, he's not broken. He's not, like, absolutely terrible to me. Like, I'd rather fight Flexile than the Lost Sinner, to be honest. So I think I'm just going to leave him here for now. Let's go here. Is this Grail? Grail? Or is this Xyx? No, I think that's Xyx. What is this? Oh, wait. Damn it, what was it next to a moment ago? Fudge. Or is this Xyx? No, this is Grail. I'm going to go with Grail if I don't know. Oops. Alright, so Grail, is this really a boss fight? No, I'm going to give it... F tier, but higher than Pinwheel, lower than Lost Sinner. And the only reason why I'm giving it higher than Pinwheel is because if you kill the 5 red-eyed dragons around it after it screams, it'll die. Which is kind of an interesting mechanic. Otherwise, I wouldn't even consider this a boss. Greyhole is B tier, fam, if you exploit it. Yeah, I don't think this should count as a boss. But still better than Pinwheel. Grail isn't a boss. It's a farming exploit. So we got Wormface. Man, I don't even consider Wormface a boss. Still better than Pinwheel. Let's do something at the very top. Cleric Beast. Okay, so this one, like mechanically, the Cleric Beast isn't super crazy or anything like that, but I think that's also working in its favor because of its placement. Like it is the quote unquote first Bloodborne boss. This or like Father Gascoigne, but I think the Cleric Beast just does its job super well. Like if you make it through Central Yarn and fight Cleric Beast, like that is like a moment in gaming. You know, this is like your first foray into Yarnum. Do I think it's better than Fume Knight? No, I don't know. Cause so here's my line of thought with this, and this is kind of like subjective stuff that's kind of difficult to talk about. Well, the Cleric Knight or Cleric Beast is similar to like a lot of the other bosses in that like its limbs are easily broken and has like a grab attack and stuff. This also sets players' expectations of what's to come. Um, I think because of that stuff, hmm, yeah, I think that because this one's more iconic than these three, I can probably claim it as a higher spot, even if mechanically it's not as like demanding as some of the other bosses up here. It doesn't have a ton of lore, but it kind of does. I'm gonna look at what you guys say and then probably like think about it a bit more. It's an amazing first boss. Roomface was kind of just there, not very memorable other than a jump scare. He should always be eased into the first boss. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. Like, even if it isn't like the most interesting like boss fight, it serves its purpose super well. Like, I think that should be considered. You'll always remember that thing popping down. I kind of forgot about it, like dropping down, being like the jump scare. I think that does solidify like its entrance in a lot of ways too. Yeah, that's a good point. The Cleric Beast C tier hit send. I know where you're coming from with that, and to an extent, I don't disagree. I really don't. But I think for like easing players into Bloodborne, it does its job very well. Not like super amazing, but just very well, which I think is a good A tier. Has a great theme, which has its main leitmotif used in the Lawrence fight. A tier just for that. There's only one other really large beast in the base game with Amelia. Yeah, I think you're kind of forgetting. Well, I guess you might not consider the Bloodstar beast a really large beast, but I would. I would. Parl, yeah. It's high pitched screaming though. It's iconic. Like you still remember it, and just like you being able to remember it even now, I think is just kind of emblematic of its design. Guardian Dragon? Where's the Guardian Dragon? Is this the one in front of Heidi's Tower of Flame? Guardian Dragon. Bloodborne has so much screaming in it, it's part of why you don't play it as much. Bloodstarved Beast can be parried and it's only slightly bigger than you are. I guess, yeah, because you could parry Bloodstarved Beast. I can see what not being like as large. It's the first DS2 boss that's optional. They gave you the Mist Heart or whatever. Oh, is this the one in Aldia's Keep? If I don't even really remember what this is. Whereas, like, I feel like I remember everything else. It might be better than Flexile, but I just don't know. Yeah, you can parry Bloodstarved Beast. So, okay, if Rat's mistaken, okay, no, this is the Aldia Keep one. Okay, Yeah, okay, yeah. So if it's this one, I don't remember if I had issues with it. And remember, I was a caster on this. So the fight, like, really wasn't that bad, but it also wasn't, like, remarkable enough for me to remember it. Well, to be fair, I should say that, like, I was playing HUDless, so that's probably why, like, I couldn't remember its name. So it might be better. I don't know. I don't know. So you could kind of ignore this one for now, I guess. Murgo's Wet Nurse. All right. Okay. So to preface Murgo's Wet Nurse, I think it's really important to point out that this is a base game boss. And so if you fight Murgo's Wet Nurse after doing the DLC, it's going to be a pushover. However, if you fight Murgo's Wet Nurse before doing the DLC, it's also going to be a little bit of a pushover. So I kind of feel like this is a high D tier boss fight for me. Maybe D is too low. No, I think it's maybe just like it's so mid. Maybe it's just a C. I kind of like Fool's Idol more than Murgo's Wet Nurse. Do I like Nito more than the Wet Nurse? I don't know. Like she just doesn't have lore to like push her up like Nito got pushed up. The Grave Tender or the Wet Nurse? I feel like I would prefer the Wet Nurse over the Grave Tender. Fudge. Nito does have enough lore to push him over, so maybe I should just push this guy all the way down. You know what? Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with that. The Wet Nurse has cool design but pretty basic gameplay. If you know how to deal with the nightmare phase, you can't lose. Kind of. Like if she just had a few more attacks to like hit in her blind spot, ironically enough, I think she'd be a lot better. D is probably fine. You can even iframe through the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Nito over Murgo for sure. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, I think I'm comfortable with this. You can see it being C. She's not really a warrior. She's a wet nurse tending to Murgo lore wise. She doesn't have much lore, but given you're fighting a child, it makes sense. And I guess if you want to consider like the wet nurse potentially being conjured up by Murgo itself, that could kind of bump it up a bit. But I still like these bosses more. I think like she's not bad. She's just mid, which I think is kind of bad for being what could technically be the final boss of a game. So I think that's kind of why it's like low C tier for me. Because for being a semi final boss, she should be a lot better, which is why she's low. She reminded you of the gold hemmed cloth of the Witches of Quelaag. Yeah, I could totally see it. And there are no item descriptions which mention her. True. So who do we have here? The Princes of Lothric. Ooh, the Twinces. So the Twinces. We've got like the Jujutsu Kaisen teleporting style attack of Lorien, and like little Lothric being the older Toguro brother from Yu Yu Hakusho. Um, Chilling on my guy's back. Where do I want to put them? I think I'm going to put them in A tier, just ever so slightly below the Cleric Beast, because this is kind of carried by its iconicness, and probably above Fume Knight. Like these two dudes are pretty cool. I do wish there was more lore surrounding them, but I mean, there's kind of a big build up to get to their fight for that entire game, and then when you do finally get to them, this is a really good boss fight. Like it's just really good. It can be very annoying. It's a little bit gimmicky, but I don't know. I just kind of like the pace of it. Even if I die to it, like I don't know. I just like it. A tier, Prince Wafwick. You were watching a friend go through Dark Souls 3 for the first time, and this was the first boss he remembered to turn on the music for, and he was ecstatic. The Crippled Bros are a neat fight. he can't remember why his legs are crippled. He was born weak-bodied, and Lorian kind of did all of the heavy lifting, I guess, literally. And it could also have been like, since he was destined to link the flame, he was just kind of, you know, ruined because of that. But I think even before that happened, he wasn't a strong boy. All right, Pontiff Sullivan. You know, this is one of those feast or famine type bosses. Like, if you chill out and let Sully do his work, he will do work on you. But if you're aggressive and press the attack, he's not that terrible. Although maybe like the higher New Game Plus cycles would spell a different story. Which I guess that's kind of my weakness. Like, I typically only ever go up to like New Game Plus 2 or 3 because there's not enough incentive for me to go beyond that. So take that, I guess, with a grain of salt. Or this entire list, I guess. But I don't think he's phenomenal. I don't think he's bad. I think he's pretty good. So I'm going to give him a B. He has a little bit of lore, not a crazy amount. Do I think he's better than the Fire Giant? Or Parl? I think he's on Parl with them, maybe. I think he is a little bit more, I don't know. For me, I think I'd rather fight Sully, even with like the Shadow Clone Jutsu shenanigans, over Parl. No, but Parl has limb breaks, but I mean everybody in BB does. I think, yeah, I'll just keep this alone for now. I'm kind of like debating between these two, but hopefully we'll get more like higher B tier bosses to kind of like even that out for me. Pontiff is C tier. He's clearly over the Fire Giant, in your opinion. That's kind of how I feel too, but I don't know. Like, it is kind of like garbage just how much he can steamroll people if like he's got like a lot more health, I guess. I don't know. Can you? I think you can parry him though. It's been a long time. He was a brick wall for your first playthrough. He's a really good boss for his area of the game. Like, he's a very good mid boss with like a mid amount of difficulty, or like, you know, slightly above mid. So I think B is a good tier for him. I do wish there was more lore about him, and that's kind of why I don't rate him higher, because I think the lore paints a bigger picture of him than we ever get, and he just doesn't kind of like feel like he ever fits that bill, I guess. For me, at least. You'd probably put Sully low A tier? Maybe. I might rethink it. A lot of his lore was cut. Yeah. Alright, I'll figure some stuff out. Sif, the Great Grey Wolf. I lost her. Okay. Oh, man. What can really even be said about this? This is definitely high A tier material. I don't think Sif is better than Artorias, but man, when you watch Sif limp, it maybe not for you guys, but for me, it really hits me in the feels because I love my dogs. So seeing a doggy limp, this is something I did, is especially heartbreaking. It has some really good lore with Artorias. I do think the Artorias fight is mechanically a lot better. I don't like the visual effects on like Sif's fur and everything, but Sif is a good boy slash girl. Although I think Sif is technically a female name, but you know. Prepare to Cry edition indeed. Can't parry the feels. Not casual enough. Or too casual. Sif is a dog in a Souls game, so it doesn't count as like a dog. I don't know, man. This is as much of a dog as you're ever going to get in a Souls game. Hopefully. you've had a dog literally try to kill you in real life, so that impairs your feelings. Ooh, yeah. I mean, fortunately, that's never happened to me. I kind of grew up around dogs, so I've never really had too many issues confronting other dogs or being confronted by other dogs because I knew to like stand my ground and like shout at them. Like I had a friend who was super scared of dogs in high school. Well, essentially since elementary school, we knew each other, and we were like walking around sometime, and a random dog just came running at us, and my friend was about to like run away, but I like grabbed his arm as this dog like approached us, and then I just like pointed my finger and I said like go away, and then the dog ran away, and my friend who was just absolutely terrified of dogs just slowly turned to me and he's like, "How you do that?" And I just shrugged. I mean, it just I kind of feel bad for people who don't have the experiences that like know how to like act around like animals sometimes. And this isn't saying like you did anything wrong, Mortis. I have no idea what happened, but I'm just sorry that happened to you. Do the DLC Sip let you go? That would just be perfect. So it does have like an alternate intro, but it doesn't like let you go. Like it sniffs you and recognizes you, which is kind of worse in a way. You couldn't do that. The dog was in your room and you thought it was friendly. The dog had some mental issues and its personality could flip on a dime. Yeah, that's awful. And unfortunately, I feel like in those kind of situations, like if you have a dog that literally attacks people and can flip like that, it probably, as much as it pains me to say it, like needs to kind of be put down or put in an environment where that can't happen, which is just not ideal all around. Hey Stella, nice to see you. Your friend broke up a dog fight once and became name of town woman bitten in dog park. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit of a different story breaking up a dog fight before like compared to just like leaving them alone. Or no, let me rephrase that. Yeah, try not to get in the middle of a dog fight because dogs are, going to be in the midst of a fight. So they're just going to kind of lash out until they get their bearings. So that's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. But if you could like mitigate it before it happens, that's kind of like the best of all worlds. You ended up in the ER for the rest of the night till sunrise and animal control took him away. Sorry to hear that, man. Rat's dog got overprotective over you enough that it defended you from your own sister, so you had to give him to someone else. Ooh, sorry to hear that. Another dog attacked her dog. Yeah, some people just can't control their animals, and it's a bit of a travesty. All right. Anyway, moving on. And now for something completely different. What is this? Oh, this is the what are they called? Draconic Tree Sentinels from Elden Ring. So this looks like the one outside of Langdell, which isn't going to be different from the Fair Missoula one. So, what do I think about these dudes? I don't think they're good enough to be A tier, but I think they're a good boss. They're definitely not like mid enough to be C tier, so I think this is a pretty good B tier boss. Maybe between, yeah, definitely better than Dragon Slayer Armor and beneath Dark Lurker. I think this is a good spot for me. Dog cam? No. Dog stream, you love it. You know what? Maybe as a treat. Hold on. Maybe I should be careful with that word too. So this is the kind of stuff I normally reserve for like the supporter chat. Let's find a good picture of the cuties. Wasn't trying to open it over there. Okay. Let me get another one. Hmm. Scrolling. This is a good one of my dog being attentive while we're playing. He likes to stick up his little paw when I'm about to throw something. His name is Remy. Oh. This is me throwing something and him in the air. Actually, let me pull this one back up real quick. Minimize this over here. Let me see if I can get one of the old lady. Okay, this is a good one of her. And this is the old lady sun-sitting. And her name is Piper. So we've turned it into a temporary dog stream. Hope you all enjoyed that. Let me swig some water. Never get a palm ski. They're hilarious. Your stepmom got a chihuahua and wanted to get another. She went and got a puppy that was labeled as a chihuahua. She jokingly named him Tank, and it turned out he was a golden lab. How do you confuse a lab with a chihuahua? I'm confused that they were confused. He's also a major scaredy cat, which is even funnier. Hey Spectre, welcome back to the stream. Come back to the doggos. Yeah, because we were talking about Sif, and that just sent us down a fuels lane. How does that one happen? All right. Ooh, we get a Godskin duo. It's kind of hard to tell from the image, but we got the little noble in background, or nobles in front, apostles in the background, rather. How do I feel about the Godskin duo? Honestly, the first time I fought them, I didn't have too many issues. I also summoned because I'm like, hey, there's two of them, so screw that. But the second time I fought them, I was much less leveled when I got to Fair Missoula because I was rushing through the game because I was in 1.0. I think. Was I? Anyway, I wasn't abusing Hoarfrost Stomp as much back then, and these kind of showed me the pain of the Godskin duo. So, as a boss fight, people are going to remember it. Is it a terrible boss fight? Yes. Is it a good boss fight? Kind of. It's not really much worse than Ornstein and Smo in my eyes. But I don't think it's very original, and it kind of becomes derivative in a game that just kind of gets a bit too derivative towards the end. So I don't think this is worth D tier. I'm probably going to put it above Champion Gravetender, but lower than Murgo's Wet Nurse, though. Like, it's just... They could have... I don't know. I know a lot of people are going to have strong feelings about it. Like, this should be lower because they hate the two. And I totally get that. But, I mean... At least this one kind of makes sense compared to some other, like, duo fights. Because, like, they're both the same tribe. So the pairing was going to happen at some point anyway, just like how the Crucible Knights get paired up. It's just kind of unfortunate, I guess, for some people that this had to be a mandatory encounter rather than like a side area one. Spectre will say, see yourself. It's hard to say with the duo. Either you cheese or you get annoyed. So yeah, going back to like the idea of cheesing them, like if you kill one very quickly, it's pretty easy to stay on top of them and kill the second one before the second pairing gets spawned in, so you can kind of stay one step ahead of it to make it doable for a solo style fight. So it's not completely overwhelming, which is kind of important, I guess. Like it's a tough fight if you're underleveled. It's, you know, passable if you're on par or if you summon, I think. But not the worst of the worst fights. It's just tough and people hate it because of that. Godskin Apostle S tier. Godskin Fat Man did D tier. The best part of the duo is you get the second half of the Godskin theme. You don't like the Godskin music? It's too tinny. I'm not like crazy about it. I feel like a lot of FromSoft tracks just kind of blend together a little bit. They just are all a little bit too bombastic, I guess. So they just kind of blur together to me. Moonlight Butterfly. I think I'm gonna have to say it's worse than Pinwheel. Just because, like, it's so damn slow. Like, you can die to it, so at least it has that going for it. But I mean, yeah, I just can't really think of a good reason it should be rated higher. Like, it has a tiny bit of lore, which is kind of interesting, which is maybe a little bit better than Pinwheel that way, but just like, maybe if you're a caster, it's not so terrible. But it's also easy enough that you can summon. What's her name? Is she called Carla? The little witch girl? Anyway, and the witch girl can kill the moonlight butterfly before you can pretty much attack it. Like, there's the one stream that I did where I only hit it twice and it died. Because, I mean, I was playing HUDless, so I didn't know how much damage it had taken, and that kind of surprised me. But yeah, I don't want to ever fight this thing again. Now that I think about it, I would rather fight Pinwheel in the worm face than this, just because it's so slow. It's pretty pathetic if you're ranged or a caster. Beatrice, thank you. Carla is from DS3. She's also from Demon Souls. I couldn't remember if she had a reused name, but thanks for the corrections, Mortis and Stella. So let's go to the far right. Witch of Hemwick. I'm gonna. This is probably like maybe the worst fight of Bloodborne. It's definitely better than Grail. Is it worse than the Lost Sinner? Kind of, but not really. Like, you know what? No, I'm gonna give it a high F tier. And the reason for this is because of the Madman's Knowledge thing. If it was just a straight up fight, I might give it an F tier. But for those who may not know, the Witch of Hemwick is 1 to 3 little witch things, eye scoopers that you fight. And periodically they will summon in these mad ones, these like little ghostly dudes. But if you enter the boss room without any insight, which means it would need to be, I think, technically the second, because you get insight when you walk in. I actually don't know if it triggers if you have 0 when you first walk in and then get an insight. But anyway, if you have no insight, none of her little minions will spawn in. And so it just becomes an assault on an old lady, I guess. But otherwise, it's not a very compelling fight. It's kind of slow. She goes invisible. She can track you down, and she's kind of lethal enough to kill you, which is kind of annoying for an overall boring fight. No, I think I'm actually going to give the Lost Sinner like a little bit of an edge on it, but just still better than everything else over here. Top of F tier for you, Hemwick and the Angry Inch. If they didn't guard the rune tool, you'd never go fight them. Yeah. And there's no real lore for her either, which doesn't help her case. It does have to be the second attempt. That's what I thought, but I just kind of like double thought myself. They should be in D tier for the death sound. Well, the thing is, like, she's also just a reused normal mob asset with just a couple extra eyes. So like, I do agree that the scream is really funny, but you could just go to Yahar'gul and kill the ice scoopers there. So let's do Alana, Squalid Queen. So, you know how I gave Nishandra a C by the virtue of her lore? I think I'm going to give Alana probably a D tier. Better than Demon Fire Sage, worse than Capra Demon, because he's funny. This dude, you want to watch somebody fight Capra Demon for the first time. Does anybody really care about the first time you fight Alana? Maybe not. Actually, I might move Capra Demon up. Yeah, okay. Let's do this. Oops. Let's put this guy down here. He's just a dude and a wolf that we've already seen before. Yeah. I'm thinking. I think I'm gonna have to put him at the top of C tier. Like, even though his fight's kind of terrible, like he's just iconic enough where I would want to see other people fight this dude for the first time. Alana just summoning Ega scare the crap out of you. Patches is gonna be on this list, and that's hilarious. Yeah, he can summon, or she can summon two of the Aegis Knights. So yeah, going back to Alana. Oh yeah, I forgot about her, didn't I? Yeah, I mean, it just didn't interest me that much. She was really easy. Like even the dudes that she summoned were just kind of reskin dudes. So she was really disappointing to me. Like looking at her, I was kind of scared when I first saw like people like show like a little bit of the footage of her like in trailers or maybe like other things that I've seen because she looks like she'd be like a terrible boss to fight. But when I fought her, she just kind of like fell over. But again, I was a caster, so keep that in mind. Maybe she's a lot more difficult melee, but I don't think that really makes her better. She can summon the Majula pigs? Are you for real? Maybe that would make her go higher tier for me. The Duke's Dare Freya. Duke's Deer Freya. Duke's Dare? Alright. Although I like the Duke's Deer Freya, it's almost non-functional to a certain degree. Like if you kill like all the little spiders and just go to a certain range, it's almost never gonna hit you. Um, I think the environment's cool. The potential like ties to Seath are pretty cool, and that one actually kind of makes a little bit more sense to me than some of the other Avatar fights. But it's barely a boss in some other aspects. I think I'm just gonna have to give it high D tier because of that. It's rare, but she can summon the pigs? That's funny. Maybe I should put her higher than the tender. Lennon says, "Are you crazy or have you fought the Duke's spider near the chasm and not in the arena on your first playthrough?" Technically, that would be in New Game Plus. That is possible. If you heal the boss with warmth, you can knock off both heads and soft lock yourself. That's funny. All right. Duo Crucible Knights, Siluria and Axeboy. Oh man, this is taking more time than I thought it was. It's all good. Got a lot of bosses. Hmm. I'm just gonna say like this is mid. I don't really have strong feelings about like the duo fights. Like I'm not happy about them. Like they're kind of a pain in the ass if you're like fully soloing them. If you use Spirit Ashes, it's not as bad. This is still pretty tough. Do I take away points because they're reused? I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about that through when we like do the solo ones. But I do think that kind of knocks them down a little bit. All right, Shadows of Yarnum. I think I'm gonna give these dudes like low B tier. Like this is a good boss. This can be a wall, especially for like blood level 4 runs. But they do have a lot of interesting mechanics in terms of being able to vary up their attacks, especially when you get to the second and third phases of like defeating them. So definitely above these two. Above this. It's better than Dark Lurker? Maybe. No, I think this is a good spot. Crucible Knights can't be higher than Godskin. I don't know. I feel like in some ways I like the Crucible Knights more than the Godskins as a duo. I think the issue is like when you get to this point, they're just kind of like pretty heavily tuned because. Okay, so here's the thing: like these dudes just keep respawning, which is kind of garbage, whereas you only get one of each. So I think that makes them better. You're wrapping the Crucible Knights B tier for you. Lore wise, they're interesting. I think I like their individual fights more than the duo. And I'll probably talk about that more when we get to it. Ruin Sentinels. Oof. This is. I don't know how I feel about this one. Like, on one hand, I really hate this fight because it's so tedious. But it's different for Dark Souls 2. But it's also like the best and worst of Dark Souls 2. They kind of get reused elsewhere, which kind of doesn't help their cause out a lot, especially when you get to the castle. But these are just like the Dark Souls 2 versions of the Crystallians, but in some ways kind of worse. But they don't really have like a ton of cool lore or anything. There's like the little bit in Dark Souls 3. But I just really don't like the fight. So I'd rather fight Flexile than the Rune Sentinels. I'd rather fight the Guardian Dragon. Yeah, for me, I guess this is like bottom of the D tier. And this is just mostly because I just don't like it. Like I don't really have a good reason. I just don't like it. Worse than the Crystallians. Ouch, that's harsh. Yeah. It's because I mean you could like fight one at a time up on the top platform and like drop down as they like come get you and stuff. I don't know. So it's kind of mechanically interesting for that at least. But they're just really beefy marionette type things that just feel a little bit out of place. So if they had lore, this could have like bumped them up. All right, Undead King Jariel. Is he actually a boss, or is he? He's in Dark Souls 2, isn't he? Hammock Witches are better than the Sentinels. You might be right about that to me. I don't know. Like I can barely count this as a boss though, whereas I do think like this is a boss. Jar Eel is content. I'm trying to remember if Jar Eel is technically the dudes in the God, what's it called? Not the Purgatory. the place behind the waterfall, he is from DS1. Okay, so I'm just gonna call him cut content. So I guess he's doesn't exist. So he's like a terrible boss. All right, so Vicar Amelia instead. I think Amelia is an A tier boss fight that might be better than Fume Knight, but it might not be as good as Lothric. Maybe she's better than Lothric or the Cleric Beast even. So despite like having the cutscene and everything, she doesn't have like a lot of lore beyond that. She has a phenomenal cutscene. Well, so does this guy too, really. But mechanically, I really like her fight. She has the limb breaks. She can be very challenging. She was the first boss I crashed on my first playthrough. Because after I beat the Bloodstarved Beast, I decided to stop leveling because I just thought I was a badass. And then I fought her, and because I wasn't leveling and I was using the Threaded Cane, I couldn't effectively break her limbs well enough to deal with her healing herself. So actually, no, because that healing mechanic can be kind of bad. I don't know. So let me think about this. For veteran players, she's a good boss fight if you know how to manage her, which is really good. But for newer players, she can be absolutely brutal because of her ability to regenerate her health. And I do think it's really bad that what are they called? The numbing mists are so limited. Like you can literally only pick like 5 up off the ground by the time you get to this point in the game. But to be fair, that isn't a problem with Amelia herself. It's more like the systems around her. So maybe I should put her lower than Fume Knight. But I don't know. I just really like her. She's a really good design. Yeah, like the visual design of her is also really good because with the antlers, she's kind of made to represent maybe something kind of like a deer or maybe like a Kieran. So she with that and like her white coat and everything, she shows something that's supposed to be pure and divine that's fallen into the depths of depravity. So I really like her visual design. Her boss mechanics are pretty good, even if they're kind of bullcrap at the same time. And she has a really cool cutscene and a tiny bit of lore. So I think she's a good A-tier boss. Kind of short of S-tier, though, but a really good boss nonetheless. The flame sprayer breaks Amelia's legs. LOL. Yeah, you recently learned she can heal. Yeah, so if she puts her hands together and glows golden with an aura, she can regenerate her health. Never think you're hot stuff in a FromSoft game. They'll correct you quickly. No, I am hot stuff up until like I mentioned that in a stream, and then I get taught. All right, Smelter Demon. Is this blue or red? Doesn't matter. I'm gonna go with high D tier. Like, he's kind of a boss. He's really mid, but he's just super easy. So, okay, I guess the normal Smelter Demon without the aura, I think, might be low, very low C tier, like bottom of the barrel C tier. But just the fact that he gets reused in the DLC and turns blue and has like a flame aura is just super annoying, and I dislike it because you can't see it visually with the HUD off. And that's just kind of a me issue because I died to that because I didn't know what was happening because when I fought him, I was playing HUDless to get footage. Which is, my mistake, but he's top of D tier. He's a boss. He's not very interesting to me, though. And there's, like, no lore about him. There's, like, a tiny bit, but he's harder in the board game. Yeah. He has the Flame Ore in the base game, but that second phase, does he get that in the first area? I thought that's only in the DLC. You might be right. He maybe just didn't live long enough for me to notice it in the first fight. All right. So let's go with this. I think I'm going to say that this one is Exikes. Yeah, because it's a darker red around there, and it looks like we have the wall. So, okay, yeah. You're in, like, the northeast. Or technically just, like, east of him here. All right, so Exyx, he is another dragon, although he has rot, which I think is kind of cool. He's a pretty good dragon, but they just get reused so much in Elden Ring, it's kind of hard for me to like label them highly. So for me, I like him more than Sin, but I can't justify putting him over like the Storm Ruler or the Capra Demon or Nashandra. But I think he's a better dragon fight than Sin is, which, you know, hey, Elden Ring versus DS2, of course it's going to happen that way. But he's also optional, which might work against him. He does have a tiny bit of lore, but also just like being able to actually get rot breath from him. Oh man, it's so good. You missed him your first run? Yeah, that's understandable, Spectre. Alright, so Ceaseless Discharge. I don't want to give him an F despite everything, to be honest. Because he's iconic to a certain degree. But he's also, like, very memey. He's very gimmicky. He's definitely not going to be above a D. I don't know. Like, you can make him fall off the cliff, which is funny. And fighting him directly is kind of annoying, as well as his attacks. So maybe he should be lower than this. I don't know. I think this is good enough for now. You like Ceaseless for the lore? There is a tiny bit of lore with him, which is kind of funny. Yeah, I'll just leave him there. Crystal Sage. This is kind of another gimmicky Shadow Clone Jutsu fight. Its music kind of reminds me of Crazy Train with the bass at the very beginning, which is kind of annoying. Not because I mean, I actually like Crazy Train. I just get annoyed that this reminds me of it. It's a pretty mid fight. Yeah, I'm just going to say this is mid. Is it better than Fool's Idol? In some ways, yes, but it's kind of hard to compare Demon Souls to Dark Souls 3 directly. Is it better than Wet Nurse? No, I don't think so. Is it better than Vinland? Is it better than the Godskin duo? Maybe. I think I'll put that one there. In a fair fight, Ceaseless is actually a good boss, and any of the cheese is a joke. I just don't like how much damage he does with his direct blasts, and kind of how difficult it is to know if you're about to get hit by it sometimes, in terms of like the visual acuity of his hitboxes. Poison makes the mage a joke. I don't think I've ever tried poison against the Crystal Sages. All right, Manus, Father of the Abyss. So, I kind of want to be nice and give him an A, but like the more I think about it, like I don't know if he actually deserves it. Let me compare it. Yeah, I don't think he fits up to like quite the same level of Godfrey. So I'm gonna bring him lower. I don't like him as much as Sully either. He's probably around the level of Parl. Yeah, I'm going to put him above Parl but lower than Sully. So at least like he does have some very interesting mechanics in terms of like having the pendant and also just having very different attacks from everything else in Dark Souls 1. So maybe I should give him... You know what? I'm going to put him over here because I kind of forgot about the pendant when I was first thinking about that. Which is a bit of a double-edged sword. Like, the pendant when it works is cool, but when it doesn't, it's annoying, and it's kind of annoying that you have to have it to mitigate some of those attacks. Well, you don't have to have it, but you have to have it, you know, wink, wink. So, yeah, I think this is a good spot for him. He's clearly under Pontiff for you. I could feel that. Like, Manus has more lore to certain... Well, not really. He just has, like, a more iconic spot in the depths of the abyss, I think, for me. So mechanically, I would put him below Sully, but I think everything else with him and like being like the penultimate boss of a DLC does bump him up a little bit. Just because like Dark Souls 1 was kind of limited by its movement and stuff, but I think Manus kind of pushed them into a much better direction than like a lot of their base game bosses. So I'm going to give credit for that. Whereas like Sully he's a good boss, but I don't think he pushed the envelope nearly as much as Manus did. You think he's got a lot of unfair attacks? If you don't have the pendant, which is hidden, you have a lot of trouble. Yeah, if you didn't need the pendant, maybe I'd rate him higher. But I think just the trajectory that he put FromSoft on, I think was pretty positive. Manus and Cleric Beasts are examples of two bosses with large left arms. You wonder if it's like a left-hand path sort of thing. That's my headcanon, yeah. Is that what they're calling it these days? Alright, so Yorm the Giant. So he's another gimmick boss. Honestly, I would give him a D, but all of the stuff with Sigurd coinciding with that kind of bumps it up a little bit for me. So I'm trying to think about this. Do I want to include that stuff with the boss fight or no? Well, I guess technically that is his lore, that they were friends. Yeah, okay. Because he's pretty underwhelming. You either use the Storm Ruler and just kind of like stun lock him, or if you fight him directly with melee, it's terrible. With spells, apparently it's not as terrible, but I mean, he's just pretty predictable and not good for a gimmick, I think. So maybe lower than the duo. It's better than Crystal Sage. I don't know, to be honest. Yeah, I'm going to put him above the duo, but lower than the Crystal Sage. Hey, Phobos, nice to see you, even if you're late again. One good thing about Yorm is hearing stories of people bashing their head against him because they didn't know about the Storm Ruler. I think the first time I fought him, I had Sigurd, so he helped me out. You like Yorm? You have sympathy for him? The gimmick was just done way better in Demon Souls. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel, which is why I have the Storm Ruler at like the high end of the C tier, whereas I think Yorm is lower because they should have had a lot more more of an evolution between these two games, these two titles, I feel. All right, let's go all the way to the bottom for once. Ulcerated Tree Spirit. How do I feel about these things? So these things are just like giant pus of men with a lot more AoE attacks. I kind of feel like they're pretty mid. Like they're just, I mean, they're reused so often. It's kind of good that they're mid, because if they were any worse, they'd be terrible. So do I think it's better? Yeah, I think I'll place it here. Below the Wet Nurse. Like, mechanically, I think it's better. They're just overused. They have a decent amount of lore. They do have a good amount of foreshadowing of things. Mechanically, much more interesting than this, whatever this is. And actually, no, I'm gonna rechange that. Rethink that. Let's put it there. No, it's probably better than the old Iron King, like mechanically and stuff, and the Gaping Dragon. Yeah, the more I think about it. Because some of its attacks are a little bit janky, like the AoE explosions are kind of hard to dodge sometimes, with the fire coming out of the ground. And it can be, this can be very subjective. Like if you're trying to fight the ones in Lane Delaware, there's 3 of them. That's absolutely terrible. And that should be like top of F tier maybe. But if it's just one alone in kind of an area that's not garbage to fight one, they're pretty decent. They're a boss. All right. The Pursuer. So the first time I fought Pursuer, I one-shot him, and I thought it was a joke just because I kept strafing left. And then the more I fought him, the more curse style attacks he started using and varying things up. So my first impression of him was really bad, but then he kind of grew on me a bit. I think in some ways he's kind of comparable to an ulcerated tree spirit, and then he just shows up everywhere. Although I do actually like his lore maybe a bit more, but mechanically I think he's still pretty slow and everything. So I'm just going to give him a C tier just because he gets, maybe reused a little bit too often. And Dark Souls 2 just doesn't have the best boss design in general. So I would like to fight these things a lot more than the Pursuers, but I think these things are cool enough that I feel comfortable placing it above Sin at least. Pursuer, burn it, burn it. All right, let's go with Vort of the Boreal Valley. Pursuer's the barbecue flavor of DS2, yeah. So how do I feel about Vort? In some ways, he's kind of like the cleric beast of Dark Souls 3. Well, I feel like maybe that's really more like Udex, but he should have been like the Papa G, but he's just not very interesting enough. He's just very weak. So he's kind of like a C tier boss at the very least. Worse than Nito, worse than her, and yeah. Better than Crystal Sage, I think. Yeah, I think he's about as mid of a boss that you're ever going to get in a FromSoft game, perhaps. Anything relating to Boreal is S tier? Okay, Alaska boy. All right, what is this? Lud and Zollin, the king's pets. Oh my. So, do I include the boss run up into my factors here? Because you guys can't see it, but I'm kind of face palming right now, just trying to remember. Or just remembering. So, for a fight, it's reused, it's derivative. There's really no lore about them. But they're still actually kind of fun to a certain extent. It's just the boss run up to them is just god awful. And putting that aside, do I like it more than this Godskin duo? Kind of. Do I like it more than Yorm? I don't know. That's kind of a tough call. Maybe there. And that's, if you ignore the run up to them. But if you include that, I would never do it again. Ever again. It's just not worth it to me. Fun fight, good boss, slow but amps up. Very good at teaching you the speed of DS3 by starting slow, then showing you what he can do with Vort. Yeah. He's just an okay boss, which is kind of what people need for an early game boss. I don't think he's as good as Cleric Beast, just because there's not as much mechanics that go into him. He doesn't have a badass grab, an iconic scream, or breakable limbs, and the ability to visceral him in the head, in the face. Which Cleric Beast has all that going for it. Or actually, maybe you can do the Vort. Maybe he just doesn't have enough of a health pool for me to have triggered it. Or maybe I just approached the fight wrong. I don't know. Oh boy, Burial Beast? Erdtree Burial Watchdog. I'm just having a moment here. Okay. I hate these things. These things are awful. C tier. No, I don't know. Like, cause these things are just so tanky. Don't have like a lot of vulnerabilities, but they're kind of terrifying, and they do a good job being terrifying. It just sucks that you fight them so often. Really, I think normally they would be above average C tier, but they just get reused so much. It just kind of makes me end up hating them a little bit. So I think they're still kind of better than Vort though, because he's just too bland for me. Whereas these things do have like a little bit of spice to them. The animations are cool. Yeah, these things are very unsettling. Also, welcome into the stream, Jethro. All right. Oh man, Gehrman the First Hunter. So, how do I feel about him? He is a very good boss fight. At the very least, he's definitely A. I don't know if he quite makes the S tier threshold, to be honest. Yeah, I'm going to put him above Sif. I don't know if he's better than Artorias, though. But he's a really good boss fight. And of course, it's unfortunate that if you do the DLC, he gets a bit outscaled. So, is he better than Artorias? I don't know. I think this is kind of like a flavor thing. He has a really good OST. He has decent lore. I think Artorias kind of has like more iconic lore to a degree. But I mean, Gehrman joins the hunt would be just such a good tagline to include him into Smash Bros. I don't know, man. And you also get his weapon, which is really cool for like a trick weapon. Yeah, I think Gehrman's problem is that he just gets outclassed by other things in his game, so he doesn't get as much of a chance to shine like Artorias does, if that makes sense. Lore Society's a tad underwhelming for potential final boss. I don't think so. So I think the thing with Gehrman to recall is that if you don't do the DLC, he's actually a pretty good final boss fight. Like he's really tough. He will actually stop a lot of players on their first playthroughs just because of the pacing of the fight and everything, and just how fast he is, his movements. And I think if you include Gehrman with the Moon Presence, it would give him a higher tier. And it just disappoints me that the two weren't combined, which I think they probably originally wanted to do, but then they just kind of chickened out of it. So the first time I fought Gehrman, I didn't exactly know what I was doing in the game, and I thought that I would have to kill him and the Moon Presence on my very first attempt to get like a different ending, I guess, because I didn't know much about the game. And I was just like, oh, it feels like something that FromSoft would do. Not that I had like too much of an idea of what FromSoft was really like, because I don't think in my mind I really correlated that Dark Souls and Bloodborne were by the same developer back then. But I don't remember. So anyway, he's a good boss. I think I'm going to place him lower than Artorias. Hey, Capenda, nice to see you again, man. You don't feel Gehrman had enough going in the base game? He sort of shows out of nowhere, and it's easy to miss him. Yeah. I don't know. I think he has a good kind of role. He's not, like, super phenomenal, but he's still really good. Which one is this? So what's around it? Twin. Elden Beast? Is this out of alphabetical order now? Oh, no, this is D? Okay, okay. So E. Which one is this one? Would this be a Demon Souls thing? Or is this Dark Eater Madir? Actually, let me scroll back down. Nope, that's Dark Eater Madir. Divine Dragon? No. He gives you access to the doll. What a nice guy. Yeah, he has that really creepy ass line, which, for better or worse, makes people remember him. Which one is this? Oh, Dragon God. Okay, I thought so. It just kind of didn't look like him. I think it's just the angle. So this is a gimmick fight. This one killed me the most in Demon Souls. Like it on one hand it's terrible, but on the other hand I don't think it's terrible. It's kind of hard to describe it. Like they needed to just execute it a bit better, but they didn't, so it's terrible. But I understand what they were going for, and what they're going for wasn't terrible, but it is terrible. I think better than Ruined Sentinels, but maybe not as interesting to me as these other fights. Hey, Mindspatch, welcome into the stream. Was your Gavlin lore video checked out? No. If you want to remind me to look at it, and I'll add it to the list. I haven't actually reacted to any content yet, because I was very smart and decided to rank like 100,000 bosses before doing anything on my stream. But yeah, I will definitely try to take a look at that. Yeah, we're still on the tier list. Only 2 and some odd minutes, 2 hours and some odd minutes change into the stream. All right, Mikolash. F tier. Oh, woo. No. So Mikolash, I think... So he's really funny for a boss fight, but he's super freaking annoying as well. He's also just a random hunter. So I think I'm actually going to give him like a D tier. Like, on one hand, he's very janky, and it's very easy for people to not understand how he runs around. He does kind of have like a certain pattern where you can get him to go where you want, but it just takes a really long time to figure it out. It's terrible how long the fight takes. So maybe he's just better than the Dragon God. It's tragic when you get to the higher New Game Plus cycles and he just like one-shots you though. So you have to spend like another 12 minutes getting him into the final boss area only to get call beyonded. Exactly. He's so annoying but so funny. No. He has to be higher than D. No. Hey, John Bailey Owen, welcome back to the stream. I don't know, like, he's funny, but as a fight, I almost feel like I would literally rather do all of these instead. His lore is okay. We do get the cause or cosm line. It just gets used so much during his fight. It just kind of becomes tiring. Host of the Benny Hill theme music, exactly. The first playthrough, Mikolash is absolutely atrocious. He's not that bad. I think he's worse on subsequent ones when you already know like the gimmick and stuff. Because it just takes too long for me. So what do we have here? Throne Guardians. Oh, right. The dudes before Nishandra. So I was, like I said before, I was playing mostly HUDless. So this was kind of a difficult fight for me to manage. I think I turned on my HUD for part of the fight to get them to where I needed to. But I might also just be misremembering this mechanic. I think this is an interesting gimmick fight. It's not too difficult. It's not too bad either. I think this is very respectably mid-tier. Is it as good a Pursuer? I don't know. It's about... not as cool as Iron King, I don't think. Maybe around here. Yeah, I think I can live with this. Yeah, okay. One of the gooder duo bosses in your opinion? Maybe. You like him better than Nishandra? Yeah, do keep in mind the reason why I've like rated Nishandra more as a boss is partially due to like the lore stuff. If she didn't have lore, she would be like way down here by like Alana, if not worse. She would be worse than Alana, maybe. I don't know. Dark Sun Gwendolyn, an optional boss in Dark Souls 1. Another gimmick boss, kind of an interesting gimmick. He can kill you if you're not too careful. He's kind of mid, like he's not super good. He's not really bad. He's a little bit underwhelming though. But as far as the lore goes, I've never really been too much of a Dark Moon and Dark Sun like fanboy. So it just never really appealed to me to like get me that interested into it. I do really like the headpiece though. The fact that he's, gender fluid is also kind of interesting because you don't really get that a lot. It's just a little bit unfortunate that you just beat up on him and he's so, I don't know, frail. But he also does a really major funny by giving us amazing chest ahead. So maybe I should bump him up for that because that's just absolutely hilarious how well he control players. Because, I mean, shoot, he trolled the crap out of me my first playthrough. I totally fell for, like, the Guinevere, like, archetypal Knight's Quest. So with that in mind, I think I could potentially place him around here. Yeah, I think better than the old Iron King. Not as, like, cool as the Gaping Dragon, maybe, in the grand scheme of things, to me. Actually, his fight is kind of better than the Gaping Dragon for a gimmick. Is it better than Pursuer? Maybe not. So maybe he's, like, maybe ahead of Sin, because I don't remember this one super well. Yeah, let's just go ahead since I don't remember him super well. Yeah, I'll put him here. He's the precursor to Mikolash, but he's better about it, I feel. Alana should be an F tier due to your patience being tested. I thought about it, but I mean, like, F tier is like straight up broken. At least she kind of functions as a boss. Old Iron King, more like Tiny Hole. He makes the whole area an illusion. Yeah. Gwendolyn does. Alright, so King Vendrick. He's almost like not a boss. Like he kind of is, but so this is one of the dudes one of the bosses that's really going to be carried by like the lore and the overall atmospherics than the actual encounter. So the mechanics of fighting him as a boss is absolute dog doo-doo garbage, but it's still interesting nonetheless. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of the implementation of that, but in some ways he's kind of like the equivalent of Gwyn, even though he's not the Gwyn avatar in that game, which is kind of a bit of a big misstep in my eyes. But he's a very tragic character, and I think that just kind of works in his favor to a certain extent. So maybe he's kind of like B tier, actually. Is he as good as Shadows? Maybe better? Well, the gimmick is bad, but everything else is good. Well, the Shadows actually do have good lore with like the Tumero stuff, and they give us some good extrapolations based off of them dropping Blood Rapture. So I'm going to leave them here because they do have surprisingly more lore despite being part of a big lore black hole. But Vendrick would be higher if his boss fight was cooler and wasn't such a pain to trigger. Mortis says Vendrick's S tier. Has anyone ever reached the end of that corridor? I believe so. And also welcome to the stream, Kirk. I think maybe somebody like Garden of Eyes, or I guess it wasn't Garden of Eyes back then, but what's the name of it? I'm drawing a blank. What did they call themselves before that? Anyway, I'm pretty sure like somebody like Zoli the Witch showed it off. Yeah, he's definitely one of the most memorable moments of DS2. Maybe, yeah, that's true. I should probably bump him up for memorability. He's definitely going to be more memorable than these things. Yeah, maybe around here. Maybe a little bit higher than the fire giant. But I think the fire giant's combat mechanics would trump it over this. Damn it. I said trumpet and my head just goes. Anyway. Which one is this? Is this the... Okay, wait, where was he? He was over here. So this should be G. F. O. N. Oh, so... Wait. I'm confused. Shouldn't this be like a noble instead of the apostle? Or maybe I moved it around by accident. I'm going to move this thing up and try to figure out what it is. I don't recognize this. Is this supposed to be the champion from Demon Souls? Am I organizing by game or letter? Old hero? Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought at first. It just doesn't kind of look like him to me. Maybe it's just because, like, the angle. I haven't really looked at the Demon Souls concept art before. So, yeah. Anyway, Mind Spatch, I'm kind of... So these are all organized alphabetically, I guess, to a certain degree. I don't know why the Godskin Apostle would be in front of the old hero. But I'm just kind of going random to just kind of keep things going. So he's kind of a gimmick fight. He's kind of cool. I've only fought him like the 3 times. The first time I killed him because I was using the Thief Ring. The second time was on stream like a week or 2 ago where he killed me because I panicked, I guess. And then the third time was on stream when I killed him again with the Thief's Ring and Firestorm. So it's kind of hard to give him a place. I do like his gimmick a lot, though. And he's kind of like maybe one of the more iconic Demon Souls bosses to me. So I think he's a really good gimmick fight. I think I like him a bit more than Pontiff Sullivan, even though he's kind of like a letdown. But I think his area and the atmospherics are good, and it just kind of all ties together with like the Thief Ring being good for that Arkstone area. The Fexture Life wiki has bad images. The idea is interesting. He's a pushover, though. They gave Patches a goatee. For Old Hero, you learned you could cheese him with the arrows behind the coffin. The blade impact doesn't reach the coffin? Okay. He's B tier for you. Good lore, good mechanics, and an interesting area. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with him. Like, he's definitely not A tier or anything. He doesn't have like enough lore to really bump him up higher. But we really haven't had too many other gimmick fights like him, which is, maybe for the better. So it was kind of a surprising breath of fresh air playing or fighting him in such an older game by the time I played it. Mytha, the Baneful Queen. Okay, so this is another one that's a little bit difficult for me to place because if you don't drain the poison from her like room, she can keep healing, which is god awful. Oh my god, she's so difficult to kill there. Granted, I did it HUDless and I beat my head against the wall because I knew that there was a second way to do it, but I wanted to have footage for like both kills because I'm a masochist like that. So I killed her in the poison and out of the poison. So I did it as a caster. She's kind of difficult to fight, but she's not like a good fight exactly. But anyway, having to figure out the way to drain her poison pool is kind of garbage in my opinion, which is pretty bad. But it's kind of hard to say how relevant that should be to her like boss fight and the mechanics. But she's kind of gimmicky, she's kind of not, which I kind of enjoy about that. I think she's better than C tier normally. And like if you keep her in the poison, she's a lot worse. So for me, I think she's probably around like the bottom of the B tier. I kind of like her more than the Scorpioness though. Oops. clicked the wrong thing there. For your lore video, should you link it here? Because you linked it before on my community post. Okay. Wait, did I include it in the playlist then? Because I thought I included everything that's on the playlist. But if I missed it, yeah, go ahead and link it. Or I'll just double check the community post afterward. Myth is fun, especially if you arrow her in the head. Alright. So what's next? Ooh, we're whittling it down slowly. Knights Cavalry. You know, the Knights Cavalry are really cool to me that we kind of finally get our first taste of like mounted enemies in these games that aren't like the Executioner's Chariot or whatnot. He's very mid, but I don't think that's a bad thing because he's just kind of like an overworld boss. But I think it's good at what it does. There's a couple of different variants of them. I think these are pretty solid bees. I don't know if they're better. It's kind of apples and oranges comparing like the Dark Souls 2 bosses to Elden Ring sometimes. I don't think they're quite as good as the Draconic Tree Sentinels. Maybe they are, just in a different way. They don't need to be as overpowered. Yeah, so these things are definitely more powerful, but I don't necessarily think that automatically makes them better. So I think I just like the design of these dudes more. Just like a Black Knight, it's quintessential, and they nailed it. So I'll give them credit for that. Whereas like these things are different. I just don't like. This doesn't betray any expectations, whereas like I don't have any expectations for this. So I think they just executed this well, I guess. They became your favorite bosses after you cheese them with the Hoarfrost Stomp. You should have seen the 1.0 playthrough where they would just like take super extra damage from like getting the dismounted stabs. So I'm assuming this is another Demon Souls concept art. Is this the Leechmonger or is it the other one? I can't tell. Which these things are barely bosses. These things both have to be Ds, like the Leechmonger and the other thing that shoots the bees. Dirty Colossus. Maybe this is the Colossus. Because these don't look like leeches, I don't think. Yeah, 1.0 for Hoarfrost just made everything shrivel and die. Except, you know, the Deathrite birds, which made me shrivel and die a few times. So let's say that this one's the Dirty Colossus. I should have looked at where I got him from. He's probably around there. Yeah, I don't think he was that low. So Dirty Colossus is... maybe better than Flexile. Yeah, I think I'm fine with putting that there. I don't know. I haven't fought this thing enough to actually really know. It's kind of hard for me to place them. I'm just kind of disappointed at, you know, pretty much everything down here, really, but you can just stand to the side of this. It's really just like the water that makes it interesting, which is kind of annoying. Whereas this one wasn't annoying, at least. He's just kind of a pushover. Since DS2 feels like a Demon Souls remix, Rotten feels like a remake of the Dirty Colossus. Yeah. Alright, so let's go all the way down here. Wait, what is this? Oh, this is another Demon Souls. Right? Trying to think of what this one is. Yeah, I'm about to zoom in real quick. So this one has feet and an axe. It's the Vanguard? Where was the Vanguard at? Is this one of like the Optional bosses? The tutorial boss? Is it the tutorial boss? Uh, if it's the tutorial boss, I don't think it's worth B. I don't even know if it's worth C. Because, and this is my issue. Like, I just kind of one-shot me before I, like, understood the timing of my rolls. Okay. Yeah, I guess he really was down low there, so he should be the V for Vanguard. So he's kind of like a more of a meant to kill you boss than an actual tutorial boss, perhaps. Yeah, I just wasn't thrilled about that. Well, at least he's better than this guy. He's about on par with the Demon Fire Sage then. You had the precursor to the Asylum Demon, so maybe he should be higher than this thing then. Eh. At least the Demon Fire Sage has a tiny bit of lore. He is also in 4-1. Yeah, we just shot him in the face like 1,000 times. And also, welcome to the stream, Zachary. Once you get your HDMI splitter and second cable, you want to defeat him when you do your retour of Boletaria. Sucks the PS3 won't let you screen cap like the other Souls games. Yeah, I feel that. I almost feel like I need an HDMI splitter just so I could like actually watch movies for like movie night or something. All right, so what's this technically called? The Prowling Magus and the Congregation. Is that really a boss? Can you count this as a boss? It's kind of like the Witch of Hemwick, but maybe... Is it better? No, I don't even think it's as good as that. It's more of a boss than Grail at the least, but this is like an F tier boss to me. FFF. Dies of cringe? Yeah, pretty much. The Moon Presence. Okay. Man. So, this is another one of those cases where it's a really good idea, but the execution is flawed. I think the Moon Presence's health pool was just way too low, and they should have done something to make like the last bosses scale more if you go through the DLC or something, because this just becomes a joke fight. Not that it wasn't more of a like much of a joke fight to begin with. So lore wise, the Moon Presence is super cool, but it's also super vague, which is super kind of annoying. Mechanically, I think the Moon Presence fight is actually really good and interesting, except for the fact that it's a pushover because its health pool is just way too small. I think if this thing had like literally maybe 4 times the amount of health that it currently has, it could be better. Because it could brute force people to learn how to rally after it does its scream attack, where it reduces the player to 1 HP. Because it's really easy to just outscale the Moon Presence's health by breaking its face and its limbs and getting a visceral, and then it's dead before you know what's going on. But in my headcanon, I think they originally wanted to have the Moon Presence fight happen immediately after Gurman, the same way that Ishin pops out of Genichiro, but they just didn't have the guts to do it, for the secret endings at least. But I think they should have done that if they were going to keep the health pool this low. So in my mind, I think the Moon Presence Gurman fight should have been one thing, but they're not. So the Moon Presence, I think, is kind of ultimately disappointing for what it is as a final boss. It's got to be higher than these things at least. So I think I might just need to like bump some of this other stuff down below Capra Demon. Okay, maybe the Storm Ruler and stuff. Yeah, let's just do this. Oops. Yeah, I'm just gonna say like super low B tier. Like it still can kill people like on their first playthroughs if they don't do the DLC, but it could have just been so much more. Like, yeah. It has really cool like arcane attacks that a lot of people don't even get to see. It'd be cool if it had any lore at all. Feels like it has nothing at all. Nothing at all. Elden Beast is like the moon presence in terms of how it fits the ending. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but at least like the moon presence is kind of iconic. I do think the shadows are better though. I don't know. This is just if this wasn't an end game boss, it'd be a good like other boss, but just this cannot be the penultimate boss of the game with its current scaling. Yeah, you can easily kill it before it screams. Well, I think it's easiest to kill it like after it screams because it doesn't move for like 5 seconds. So if you like run in and just keep attacking it, you're likely to break its a limb and or its face to get an easy visceral. 2.5 hours of tier listing. You're gonna get to bed. All right, thanks, Rat. You take care, man. Capra Demon's pretty funny. If you bring an Eagle Shield, he doesn't expect his blade hands to bounce his body backwards. Prowling Magus has lore? Kind of describing Amy, true. Stray Demon. Where's the Stray Demon at? It's kind of hard for me to remember. Oh, he's the one underneath the Asylum Demon, right? Yeah. D tier? He's just another Demon Fire Sage, but just kind of even more boring. Yeah, let's because if Vanguard came first, he's yeah, okay. The Rotten. Oh, from Dark Souls 2. So this is like another boss fight that's like another F tier to me. I think he's probably worse than the Lost Sinner, to be honest. Is he worse than the Witch of Hemwick? Kind of, yeah. Is he worse than the Prowling Magus? Maybe not that bad. But I just really hate this fight because I feel like it has absolutely nothing to do with Nito or like its reincarnation of Nito. As a boss, like getting to him is way more difficult than actually fighting him. He's good, I guess, if you want to cheese the game to get enough soul memory to unlock Aldia's Keep really early. So maybe he's got that going for him. But that doesn't really speak to the boss as much as it does like taking advantage of the exploiting the system of the game, I guess. Rotten as a figure is tragic. You love his cutscene. You liked him. He had an arm cut. He's also got like the one little dude pointing where to go on his arm. He's horrifying to draw. Yeah. Okay. High Lord Wolnir. Man, I'm just okay. Really picking the tragic ones right off the rip. I guess this isn't really right off the rip anymore. But so High Lord Wolnir is actually really cool in the lore, except that got really obscured by translation. So while Nito is supposed to be the first of the dead, he's supposed to be the last of the dead. So he subjugated all the lands, killed everybody, crushed all their helmets, or not helmets, their crowns together, like the DS2 helmets essentially, to be like, yeah, I'm like the last one. Y'all can thank me because there won't be anything anymore. But that didn't quite get across as strongly as it was intended. And then his boss fight is just like another Nito 2.0. I would almost say 3.0, but I mean, he should have been Nito 2.0 and he failed spectacularly at that. So my dude is probably top of the D tier. Just because he's gimmicky. Not good enough to be C. I do like that the fact you can kill him directly with damage and he just dies. But if you break off his wrists, he will get forcibly dragged away into the abyss, which is kind of a cool feature. That they have like two different death animations. Tragic as a character or tragic as a boss fight? A little bit of both. Chaos Witch Quelaag. So visually, I really like the spider lady. It's just there's virtually no lore to her, which is really disappointing. Mechanically, she's also disappointing. I first tried her my first playthrough, and I was actually disappointed because it was like the first boss I think I just killed on my first try. And yeah, I don't really know what to say about her. Is she better than Wolnir? Maybe not, because he has like a bit more lore going for him. But I think she's better than the Smelter Demon. Like, she's not a terrible fight, but she's not good either. Maybe she is better. So maybe Wolnir belongs in very low C after all. I can't really justify that. Her fight is better. His lore is better, though. Maybe it just evens out. I think she's bottom of C tier. Quelaag sexy S tier? You like the monster girls? Alright, Mortis. Yeah, the Rotten represents the leader of the gutter because he's trash. The massive hollows giving themselves out of sympathy. Quelaag is horrifying for you to fight early game. You use the comfy egg corner cheese and shot her in the head. Alright, so Papa G. Father Gascoigne. So, where do we place him? He is in a really good fight because he kind of indoctrinates players into knowing what to expect of a Bloodborne encounter rather than having the slow-paced back and forth style of, a melee character in like the Dark Souls franchise. Papa G gets in your face, shoots you at a distance to kind of break up your rhythm, and is just kind of relentless in his bloodlust, which I think just is maybe like the perfect embodiment of Bloodborne. He also has the big, not so surprising reveal of like the men turning into beasts. And mechanically, he's really good. When he does transform, he becomes extremely scary for new players because he's just so much stronger and faster that he just breaks through the tombstones that used to act as obstacles for him. And he doesn't have any breakable limbs like the cleric beast, so he's more difficult to manage that way. And you really have to know when to go in and get attacks in and when to like back away. So he teaches players what I call like Bloodborne style of a controlled aggression, ideally, like if they tried to emulate the way he fights. Although like a lot of players don't really pick it up, obviously. Their first time playing through the game. I didn't pick it up after fighting Father Gascoigne. But nonetheless, I think he does a fantastic job of setting up what Bloodborne is. Arguably more so than the Cleric Beast. So, is he S tier? I don't know. Like, he does have the gimmick that you can immediately get him into the beast form. If you use the lullaby 3 times in a row, he will transform after that, which is really cool. The fact that you can use the lullaby to stun him is also really good for newer players. He's got a lot of really good lore with that. I just think he's not mechanically strong enough for me to stay interested in fighting him in like multiple new games plus cycles. So I can't quite give him the S tier like I feel comfortable giving Maria. Although I think he's every bit as iconic and if not better than Artorias in terms of combat mechanics and like lore presentation. Just really strong over impressions overall. So definitely top of the A list, if not like bottom S tier, but I'll just leave him here for now and I might like reconsider that later. Mbasa, yeah. He's so solid over Amelia for sure, even Cleric Beast, yeah. He has a little gimmick, high A tier. You've never found Gascoigne a difficult boss though? Yeah. He's not crazy difficult, he's like one of the perfect intro bosses. Like he's very strong for a new player, but he's not insurmountable, especially if you're using the lullaby and or Molotov cocktails. So I think that's why he's like in a really good position. What's this smell? Big Agree made a good case for it. Yeah, and also he's like super quotable. Another good thing going for him. Ava the King's Pet. The spacing of that looks weird. Okay. So this is just kind of like a better or worse Ledin Zolan. I don't know how I feel about that. It's kind of low, mid. Maybe I don't like it as much as the duo. It's just like the arena sucks. I don't know. I don't really think it's better than Yorm. I'll just put that there for now. It's kind of mid. Nothing wrong with it, but not the best. Actually, it's maybe better than whatever. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about this. I'll just leave it there. Ava and False King Allant have the same dev trick with their arena. You found out Ava is easy to control once you control your stamina. Walking first instead of running helped you so much. I don't really remember how I fought Ava, but obviously it was while it was still visible. Like I did everything else first because I just guess I went around like the back way before dealing with Ava. So Old Demon King from Dark Souls 3. So I'm not sure where I want to put this. Let me look up here. Okay, I don't think this is as good as Capra Demon. And the only reason why I'm not rating this higher is just because like the mechanics of the fight suck, but it's just really memorable. Is it on the level of this? No. It's kind of mid. Yeah, I think I'll place him maybe in front of a Nishandra, but beneath these things. Actually, maybe here. Yeah, I think I'm good with that because like at least he's like his own unique thing, even though he's Asylum Demon 5.9 or whatnot. But anyway, he is a bit more distinct from the other Asylum Demons. Essentially, he does have more mature like fire magic. And he does kind of lead into the twin demons fight later on. He's kind of tragic. I don't know. I just kind of like him. Like he's pretty good for a mid-tier boss. Maybe he's a low B. Screw it. Let's just bump these two up. Oops. Yeah, I think this is a good break there for now. He's got the kamikaze final attack too. Yeah, I forgot about that. All right, living failures. The dudes that live up to their name. F. No, I don't think there's quite an F tier. This is a respectable like middle DLC boss. It's a little bit disappointing. So it's probably like lower tier C. So I think they're cooler than Vort with their meteor attack, but I think the Erdtree Burial Watchdog is kind of a cooler boss to fight, even if it just does get a little bit downplayed by being reused too much. Another S tier name for sure. Amy. So I think Amygdala. So Amygdala is one of the ones where like the camera is more of the boss than the boss itself. And like the lock-on points are kind of hard to deal with if you're using that. So I typically just try to aim for one of its back arms that dangle down. But you could also cheese the crap out of it by like smashing, like getting it to like leap up and then hitting its head after it lands. So this isn't like a bad boss, but it also is. It's good, but it's bad. It has very defined strong points and weak points, with the weak points being its hands and its head, strong points being its legs. The visual design of this is phenomenal. These things are terrifying. It's always fun to see somebody go in their first Bloodborne playthrough, make it into Yahar'gul Electric Boogaloo 2, or Yahar'gul 2 Nightmare Boogaloo, and just nope the hell out once they see all the amygdalae crawling along the buildings. Um, Beyond that, they really don't have like a ton of lore beyond the atmospheric stuff, like the statues around Yahar'gul and the Grand Cathedral. So that doesn't really help their case out. I think they're not as cool as like the Crucible Knights, but they're definitely cooler than the Cemetery Shades. If the camera was less of an issue, I'd probably rate them into a B tier. But I shouldn't ignore how that can really affect players. They do have like peak Bloodborne design, like peak uh, Cthulhu Lovecraftian design. Like if I got a figure of this, that would be one to cherish, I think. Champion Gundyr. So I think this is a good boss fight. I know like a lot of people really like it. I'm not super crazy about it. I think he's a solid B tier boss. Maybe beneath Shadows. Probably better than Moon Presence though. I think he's just a very good, well-rounded boss, kind of like Goldfree in a certain way. But I don't know. I think I just like Goldfree better for like how much he telegraphs his attacks and just what he represents. Which one is this? Oh, Eldritch. I don't know how I feel about Eldritch. He's just kind of a mid boss, like in more ways than one. So I feel like his lore outstrips his boss fight by a big margin. Um, Kind of like him more than Nito. Nito has, well, he also has pretty cool lore. I should keep that into consideration. Definitely better than the Centipede dude. I think I'm going to put him over Amy. Yeah, you wish he was a bit stronger, for sure. How many sludge bosses are there? Oh, you're freaking god. Yeah, all of them. They're all sludge bosses. Speaking of sludge bosses, Bed of Chaos. So, what can even really be said about the Bed of Chaos that hasn't been said before? I do like a lot of the visual designs of it. I think it's an interesting gimmick boss. I didn't really have too many issues my first couple times playing through the game. It's just unfortunate you can't really get a good look at it because so much stuff is going on. I do like that they kind of checkpoint it, but I don't know. It's to me this is, believe it or not quite F tier. Like this is kind of a functional gimmick in the same way that like Tower Knight is, but better than the Dragon God to me. And maybe on par with Mikolash. No, I would rather do the Bed of Chaos perhaps than the Mikolash fight again, which is probably a bit of a hot take. Everybody else says F's. He's a god eater, yet fire burns him to ash so quick. Uh, Ash again. All right, so Lawrence the Beast Vicar. I kind of hate the Lawrence fight because it's just kind of like Cleric Beast 2.0, except he's a hell of a lot more tanky and he can just one-shot the crap out of players, which I just dislike. Although the second phase gets more interesting, it's just kind of also more annoying with most melee builds because if you try to get too close, there's like too much lava. So for me, he's like a bit of a substandard C. Yeah, I don't like him as much as Living Failures, to be honest, or these things. Yeah, I'll put him above Ava. Because like, well, Lawrence has good lore, like the stuff in the nightmares. Is like, okay, I guess he's here now, and I think it just kind of maybe would have been cooler if Lawrence was the original bloodletting beast, but oh well. Hey Stella, who is it? You had to go move a TV. Yeah, we just did Lawrence. All right, Deacons of the Deep. So this is another gimmick fight. This isn't the worst gimmick fight. It's also not the best. I think this is for a mid-game boss, painfully sub-average. So yeah, I guess at the bottom of the C tier for right now. Velstadt the Royal Aegis. I didn't really have too many issues with him. Again, I was playing a caster. He seemed really slow and looked way more intimidating than he actually was. So take this with a grain of salt, but he just seemed very, very mid. Not anything like special to me. Probably a little bit lower than the Deacons. The design's top tier, but the boss is okay, you guys? Yeah. Dragon Riders. So is this the duo with the archer as well? Yeah, okay, I guess the dude has the bow. It kind of looked like a curved sword for a second, but like, that's weird. Uh, I think even the one Dragon Rider is really disappointing and a super big letdown. So this is like middle D tier. Maybe worse than Stray Demon, and a little bit better than the Dirty Colossus. Yeah, I think that's a good spot. Blood-Starved Beast. All right. So it's got the poison mechanic to worry about. You can get antidotes to kind of counteract it. There are 8 antidotes in the arena where you fight it. They give you a decent amount of antidotes on the run up to it, so you should be relatively okay. It does have a bit of a cooldown on when it can use its poison stuff. That doesn't happen until like the phase transition. The music is really good. The lore for this is really good, even though it's a little bit obscured. Where blood starved in Japanese could mean like bloodthirsty or blood dried, or both technically at the same time, which I think is probably what they were going for. So the deep lore about it is the little hood on its head is the flesh of its back that it's flagellated from itself so that way it can drink its own blood, which is just super metal, super cool to me. The boss fight is pretty respectable, to be honest. Just dodge into the left and you're always fine, essentially, but nonetheless, I think it's a really good boss. I think above average because there's a little bit of mechanics to go with it. There's the arena that you can use to your advantage a bit, and you can even summon Alfred for it, which is kind of cool, like canonically, but not that big a deal. So I think this is a pretty good mid-B boss. Is it as good as Shadows? Maybe it's better. I think it's better than Parl, to be honest. Is it better than Soli? Yes. Is it better than the Old Hero or King Vendrick? I'm going to go with better than Old Hero, and maybe Vendrick and everybody else wins out because of like the lore stuff. So yeah. D tier, you hate this thing? B for BSS. Dragon Rider in all forms is D tier. All right, now we have... Which one is this? So it should start with an A, right? Or something like that. Or B. Okay, so it's behind Blackblade Kindred. So this is Demon Souls. Oh, this is the Blue Drake? Oh, hell no. I didn't even know it was technically a boss. I'm going to give this one maybe below Pinwheel. No, it'd be Azure Drake, wouldn't it? Whatever. If it is what I think it is, it can go there. And I can fix it later. The Last Giant. As a dude with last in my name, it's a little bit of a disappointment that the last of something else is such a disappointment. Yeah, I'm going to place it lower than Bed of Chaos. I'd rather fight the Bed of Chaos than the Last Giant. Even though, like, this is annoying, it's interesting, whereas this is just snooze fest. Alright, so let's go back. Black Dragon Calamite. So, if you try to cut the tail off Calamite, this fight is awful. I hate it. But if you don't need to do that, it's, pretty decent for a dragon and kind of mid. But for Dark Souls 1, it was, okay, which means it's, mid, really. So maybe beneath. Nito. And the only reason like Nito is this high up for me is just because like the lore and everything for him is really cool. All right, so next we have Demon of Song. This is another very disappointing boss. Very gimmicky, but just. Yeah, I don't even think he's as cool as the Dirty Colossus. Like, he has kind of interesting lore. But I do think I like it better than Flexile. So I place it in middle D tier. Yeah, I think Calamite just kind of gets outshined by what they did with the dragons of the subsequent titles. And for DS1, he was really cool design. Like this concept art, it's really, really cool. Executioner's Chariot. So this one really tripped me up my first playthrough because I didn't understand what I was supposed to do super well. So it took me a decent amount of tries. The run up back to it was pretty awful. But the boss itself was very underwhelming once you actually did the mechanics. But it's an interesting gimmick. So maybe higher end of D tier. About on par with Ceaseless, maybe. I think I'd rather do Ceaseless, though. Yeah, I don't enjoy the fight as much as like the Dragon Riders, but at least it's different, and I'll give them credit for that. Oh. Find you one MFer who likes this boss. Dancer of the Boreal Valley. So my first playthrough, I, did it normally, and so when I fought her, I thought she was really easy. And then I tried to fight her early, and it gave me a lot of trouble in trying to read her movements, and I came to appreciate her a lot more. I don't think she's particularly phenomenal. I don't think she's particularly bad either, but I think she's probably like low B tier for me. Yeah, I kind of like the old Demon King more, but I do think she's better than the Draconic Tree Sentinel for sure. Godskin Noble. I think this is a pretty decent boss. I don't think it's as good as the Apostle, to be honest. But, oops. Pressing all the wrong buttons. Okay. So, he's a very respectable boss, very mechanically sound. I don't think he's a C tier boss. I think he's a good B tier boss. Maybe a low B. I kind of like him better than these. I would need to really reconsider between Champ Gundyr and the Godskin. It's been a long time since I've played the Champ, but I just kind of like the Godskin's movesets and lore a bit more, which I'm going to place him a bit more here than here. Yeah, they're the best soloed. All right, let's go with this dude. False King Olant. Definitely the best boss of Demon Souls. The grab attack is kind of garbage, but you know he was pretty fun. Even like being a spellcaster, there's a lot more interactions with him than I would have expected. He's decently tanky. He's pretty quick. I mean, he's still kind of simple because it's Demon Souls, but he's a good Demon Souls boss. So he's, I don't think as good as the Cleric Beast. Maybe not quite as good as the Twinces or Amelia, but I do think I liked him more than the Fume Knight. So I'll place him here for now. And yeah, he's, you know, about up there with Goldfrey. So I think I'm good with that. Freezing Mist Guy Borealis. He is another dragon. But honestly, by the time I got to him at this place, I was well over it. He does have like a really big AoE style attack, but I'm kind of over the dragons at this point. So I know X-Ix is still in this category, and they're, you know, essentially the same dragon. But I'll place this on lower just because by the time you get to him, you've already faced him multiple times. Yeah, I think I'll keep it lower than even like the Deacons of the Deep and the Weltstadt. That's generous, you'll be honest. Yeah, I kind of feel like being a bit generous. This is like they're really not bad. They're just kind of a maybe overstayed their welcome. Farron's Undead Legion. Why didn't they just call them the Abyss Watchers? So this is another really good fight. This might be my favorite fight of the base game of Dark Souls 3. I just think this is really atmospherically sound. They do a really good job of like setting up the unstable nature of like the darkness and the Abyss Watchers. So I don't know if it quite lives up to the reputation of Gascoigne and the introduction into the world of Bloodborne and Yharnam, but this is still a really good fight to me. The first phase I think is really cool with how the red-eyed Abyss Watchers will attack each other. So you can use that a bit to your strategy, but it can also backfire at times. So there's like a really interesting nuance to the approaching the dynamics of that fight, especially when you get into the higher New Game Plus cycles. I like the fight a lot more than Artorias. It kind of gets a good reference back to them. We get some interesting meta lore when we do like the blood stuff with them, which I didn't understand for the longest of times, which I think is a little bit unfortunate and could have been set up a bit better. But I just really like this fight mechanically. When you get into phase 2 and they ember up, it's a completely different experience. Mano a mano, they're powered up. It's all good, but just maybe not quite as good as Gascoigne, and maybe doesn't reach quite the stratus of S tier, but definitely high A tier for me. Undead Legion sounds cooler. The second half is perfect. Nadalia, Bride of Ash. Is this a boss? Does it technically count? I'd put like no. Um, it's gray old territory to me. I guess she like does fire stuff throughout, but I'm not gonna count that as a boss. Corrupted Monk. Wait, were all the Sekiro stuff all the way down here? Because that doesn't seem like an order. Oh wait, there's this true one in the Phantom. Okay. So the first time I fought Corrupted Monk, I think I killed her on my first try or second try. I really didn't have much issues. And then when I went back into another playthrough of Sekiro when I was just trying to speed through it and wasn't as like powerful, she really kicked my ass. So the Corrupted Monk has some really cool lore in that she's based off of Yao Bikuni, which is an actual like Japanese priestess monk person who was said to have like lived a long time, and it does like bring that up in the game. The real one that you fight is pretty cool. I think this is a good boss fight. Not phenomenal, but it's been kind of a little while since I fought her. Maybe better than the Godskin. It's kind of hard to compare Sekiro for like a lot of these things just because like I like the more fluid, dynamic style of combat in Sekiro more to a certain degree. Like it's a lot more polished, I feel, than these other games. So it's really hard making direct comparisons. So maybe around here. Yeah, I think this is a good spot. It's going to be hard to get a bad Sekiro boss fight. I think the bull isn't that good. So we have Red Wolf of Radigan. Man, this thing, I'm legitimately scared of these things, and I'm so glad that like they never got scaled up super late game. Like the one in the underground is bad enough, as well as like Radio Lucaria if you're underleveled going there. But this thing's pretty tough. I don't like fighting them because of like how agile they are. So I don't know where I want to put this. I'm not sure what I would hate to face more, the Erdtree Burial Watchdogs or the Red Wolves. It's like I can't interact with them in different ways. Like these things I can't like deal enough damage to like feel like I'm ever doing anything. And these things I feel like I can't ever deal enough damage to kill them. No, that's like a joke. That I can't really hit them consistently enough to feel like I'm doing enough damage. So it's like a similar problem, just in different angles. Like I don't do enough damage because it's tanky. I don't do enough damage because it's agile. But maybe spellcasters have better times against this. Wait, no, that's not true. Just because they can like keep spamming their attacks. I don't know. Anyway. I think I'd rather fight this because I feel like I can hit it more sometimes, even though it's annoying. It's just more unsettling, I guess, and it's cooler to me. Iron Maidens, both of them? Oh, man. Without summoning, this fight is pretty hell. It's almost like on the level of the Rune Sentinels. To me, it's not as bad as like the Dragon God. Not as bad as Mikolash. Actually, I don't know. At least the Mikolash is funny. So I'm gonna put that around there. But if you summon, it's not as bad, but it's not good. Although with that being said, I really do like the enemy design of the Iron Maidens on an individual level. It's not a group level. Royal Rat Authority. So this was borderline impossible on my first foray into Dark Souls 2 with my melee build. I was pretty underleveled when I first came here. Not that I really knew that at the time. But when I went back with a spellcaster build, I did like the pyromancy where you just kind of like detonate bombs that kind of act like mines. And that just destroyed all the little ones. And then it made the big one not that difficult. But man, maybe I don't want to. I don't know if it's yeah. Maybe I'm gonna say F tier, top of the F tier. All right, ask next. It's understandable. Thank you for dropping in and take care. Hopefully, we'll catch you on the next one. I had no idea this was gonna take this long. I should speed it up. Asylum Demon. It's the most mid boss that's kind of a disappointment in the game. A little bit above Living Failures. So let's put it there. It does its job well. But these have cooler lore. Hey Ponyboy, still going? Yeah. We put Sif at S tier, right? Something like that. Iron Golem. I kind of like this because it's an interesting gimmicky type fight, although he can get soloed by Black Iron Tarkus. I think it's pretty good for being what it is. So maybe top of the, like around top of the C tier? Yeah, okay. Four Kings. So this is a real DPS check boss. I am not the biggest fan of these. I think the lore is pretty cool though. I'm gonna give it I guess high D tier. Watching Tarkus is the best part, yeah. Watching it get knocked off is the funniest thing. Skeleton Lords. Oh yeah, this is the DST boss. One of them that I was thinking of. These things aren't too bad. They're not too good. Very middle of the road. Or kind of better than this, better than that. Yeah, I don't think I would just prefer the Dirty Colossus than like a group fight like this. You know, even the Demon of Song has like kind of better lore. Covetous Demon. He's very disappointing, but at least he actually has lore to help differentiate him from a lot of the other bosses here. So maybe around there. Yeah, okay. Decently high D tier. What is this, the Adjudicator? Oh yeah, with the bird. So this is a gimmick fight. It's kind of disappointing. You don't necessarily have to hit the bird, I guess, which is cool. There's also like the little sword that you could hit to like bring the bird down. So this isn't terrible, but it's not fantastic either. It's probably on the par of like the Deacons of the Deep. Maybe a little bit better. And kind of worse than Quaylog. Okay, that's a good spot for him. So, is this supposed to be Margit or Morgott? Because I would rate them differently. So, Morgott is one of the bosses where it really, really feels like you need to summon to get enough of a distance to attack him without getting punished sometimes, because he just has too many change-ups in his combos to feel like I can punish him consistently. In the 1.0 playthrough of Elden Ring, I fought him pretty much as immediately as I could, following the Sites of Grace as much as I could, as to what I imagine like a new player would try to encounter. So I didn't die up until I got to him, and then I just kind of got stomped by him because of like the different patterns to his attacks. And this is me having already played Elden Ring. I think he's way too strong as an introductory boss without spirit summons. If you do have something to take away his aggro, he becomes, pretty okay, to be honest. But I do think it's unfortunate that you need to have something take away his aggro to make him feel more fair. I did it again. I did it again. Let's do it this way. Okay. So, okay, back to Morgott. I do think he's unfair, but he's actually still kind of a fun boss fight. I think if they just polished him up so you didn't need to remove aggro from him, he'd be a lot better. So maybe around here. And I'm just kind of more or less speaking about the Margit stuff right now. I think it gets kind of worse the further you go, but by the time you get to Lindell, you should be able to overpower him in some of the ways that you can break the game, I guess. And you could also like summon Melina for him, which is kind of cool. Ornstein and Smo. Here we go. Some of the iconic stuff. So this is kind of a gimmicky fight because they can each take on the properties of the other. It's also kind of a terrible fight because it's kind of hard to manage them both. But this is like the first wall, true wall of Dark Souls and the last one. So this is kind of the best and worst boss of that game. And you can take that either way you want. So it's kind of hard to place them, but I think for as tough of a fight as it is, it's pretty decently designed. It's not like the best fight that they ever made, not the worst. In some hands, it kind of feels like garbage, but on the other hands, it also feels completely fair. So in terms of like how iconic they are, they're probably like middle of the B tier, if not maybe a little bit lower. Maybe around there. If they mesh well together, it's an amazing fight. If they both dogpile you, it's a mess. Yeah. Dynamic duos, Oreos and s'mores. It's real feast or famine, but at least they do have like the extra stuff of killing the other one if you don't do it. What is this? Wait, for real, what is it? Is this the armored spider? I guess I never looked at it. Okay. I thought it was. I just looked at it earlier. So I think this is a pretty decent boss for Demon Souls, which I mean it's not phenomenal. I only played the remake, so apparently like they touched up some of its visual hitboxes to more align with what you'd actually get. It killed me what 1 or 2 times on the stream, and I one shot him on my first playthrough. So it wasn't too bad, wasn't too terrible, or wasn't too great either. I think this is a solid like low B tier. Yeah, probably around there. Lennon says, it's a bit off topic, but what's my take on the Elden Ring theory regarding birth directly from the Erd tree like a literal genealogic tree? I don't really have too strong opinions about it. I think it sounds too convenient for me to like really buy into it though. It sounds a little bit janky. So I personally don't believe it, but I also don't have like enough to discount it. So this isn't Sword Saint Ishin, he's the other one, and he has like a bunch of fire attacks. One of his fire attacks did feel kind of cheap to me in terms of like how much range it had. And it felt like it shouldn't do what it did, but it did anyway. So I don't rate this one as highly as Sword Saint, but it's still a good fight. I think he's probably like B tier somewhere, maybe highest B tier, maybe lowest A tier. No, he's definitely better than these. Yeah, okay, we'll put him kind of lowish A tier. And is this Flame Lurker? Or is this Flame Lurker? I can't tell with some of these pictures. I'm gonna have to zoom in again. I'm assuming this one is Flame Lurker. And then, oh, this is Demon of Hatred. Okay. So let's go with the Flame Lurker. I think this is a really good Demon Souls boss, which isn't like super great, but would probably be a good B tier boss. Maybe below Moon Presence, below Capra Demon. Actually, he's probably around No, he's probably good right here. Like a little bit above Capra Demon in terms of like the design and stuff. Just as iconic in a kind of different way. Alright, let's go with another Sekiro boss. What's her name? Lady Crow? Oh, Ochodono. So Lady Butterfly. So this is kind of like annoying because the snap seeds I think were absolute garbage. I don't like how the phantoms worked because you could only really get 3 snap seeds early on. Otherwise, you're out of luck. So I do think that's a really big hit against her. It's kind of hard to rate her because you don't really have a good handle on the mechanics that early. And I haven't played enough Sekiro New Game Plus or anything like that to really know how she fights further beyond that. She felt really too tough for kind of a first boss in Sekiro. So I'm going to give her like maybe low C. Because I ended up cheesing her by accident. I mean, killing her, I guess, wasn't the accident. I just kind of thought it was funny and did it before I like really considered the consequences of my actions my first time. But even my second time playing through, she was kind of more difficult than I expected. But I kind of also forgot how to play Sekiro at that point. So, yeah, probably lower than Yorm for me. Yeah, very challenging early on. Sir Alon. Forever Alon. So he's one of the better and also like one of the way worse bosses in Dark Souls 2. I really, really, really hate his janky hitboxes with his thrusts and stuff. I did not have a good time fighting him at all, but he would have been a much better boss in a different game like Dark Souls 1, which wasn't as slow as Dark Souls 2. But I still didn't like him that much. I think he has a cool design and everything, though. I do like the little bit of the gimmicks that go along with him. So, like, if you manage to no-hit him, his death animation will actually be him committing seppuku, I guess, which I think is really cool. But I'm never going to do that just because, like, the run-up to him is just god-awful. Fighting him was just not something I enjoyed. He gave me a lot of trouble because of, like, janky hitboxes. So I would rate him higher just because, like, community feedback, but I think I should probably be, like, more true to myself and be like, yeah, I like this dude way less than all of these things, to be honest. Probably here, the lowest of the C tier, which I know is going to be a really big hot take for a lot of people. The only one you unknowingly cheesed is Oreen, the girl with the basket on her head. She was stuck in a corner between you and a rock and you just kept spamming it. Yeah, I cheesed Oreen as well with like Goomba stomping her head and just breaking her posture a lot that way. I liked her fight though. Is this Loretta? I mean, it's her bow. Who else would it be? Loretta. I think Loretta is a really good fight. Really solid, not like phenomenal or anything. I think her spirit form is a bit more difficult than her corporeal form because you can't lead her or anything like that. But I think that's probably makes her more difficult. So it's a little bit awkward that you fight the spirit form first when it ends up being the more difficult of the two, I think. But I think she's a very solid B. Maybe not as good as Moon Presence. About as good as Flame Lurker. Maybe a bit better. Yeah, I think she's better than Flame Lurker because she's kind of an interesting mounted cavalry member that attacks from range, which is a little bit of a underdeveloped archetype unless you're Mongolian. Estelle. So, assuming Yellow and Tunnel and this one are the same because they kind of have similar attacks, visually, it's probably my favorite boss design of Elden Ring, but mechanically, it's very mid. And because of that, I'm probably going to give it like high C. Maybe a little bit below Nishandra. Nah, his fight's cooler. His lore is pretty cool too. I'll give him like the top of the C slot. Not good enough to be B, but yeah, not completely terrible. Might be a hot take, but Estella's very meh. I think his mechanics are definitely very meh, which definitely puts him in the middle C stuff. But his visuals gives him a little bit of a bump up for me. The Bell Gargoyles. So is this Dark Souls 1 or Dark Souls 2? I'm assuming Dark Souls 1. I only saw 2 in this. Let's zoom in. I'm going to assume this is DS1. Yeah, because they got the 2. They get reused as enemies later on. Just normal enemies, which is, super cool. But honestly, this is, I think, like the first real wall of Dark Souls 1. If you don't count Smo or anything else, like this is the first no more hands are being held boss. I guess can you do Capra Demon before these two? Either way, this is the real, I guess I've already said it. It's the welcome to Dark Souls moment. I guess there's like 4 of them. But anyway, for what they are, I think they're pretty good at introducing players at like what to expect in terms of like expecting the unexpected. It teaches players to try to mitigate dealing with 2 opponents, which is more easily said than done. And these 2 kind of spawned my favorite joke about Dark Souls games is that I can beat any enemy as long as there's one of them. As soon as there's another, I'm screwed. So I think this is a very good B tier boss. Maybe not as iconic as Ornstein and Smo, but probably above Champion Gundyr. Belgargs are DS1, Belfry Gargs are DS2. Thanks, Scaleezy. That's what I thought. But sometimes it's a little bit difficult to tell. We have a, not a Crucible Knight, a Misbegotten Leonide dude. This is a very mid-boss, I guess, but it's kind of above average. I'm going to put him below Eldritch in the Cemetery Shade. Below Calamite. Below her. He's about Asylum Demon to me. But at least Asylum Demon was kind of like the quintessential version of it, whereas he's not. So. Celestial Emissary. Whoops. Celestial Emissary. Whoops. I didn't mean to move that. Okay, no, I didn't. We're good. This is probably, if you count the version that has like a bunch of the little dudes around it, it's a little bit better. But if you count the Chalice ones where it's only the one by itself, it's just kind of a pushover and probably easier than the Ruined Sentinels. But I kind of hate the Ruined Sentinels. I like this one more than those. I'd rather fight this than Mikolash. And these things, I guess. But it's not a complete pushover like that is. At least this technically has 2 phases, I guess. I don't know. It's about on par with the Dragon Riders. Advice Saint 3, that'll be $5, please. Oh no. Take it out of my tab, will ya? I'm good for it, aren't I? So we got Crossbreed Priscilla. One of the better Dark Souls 1 bosses. I think a pretty decent B be good for her. Probably between Ornstein and Smo and the Bell Gargoyles. Really interesting mechanic with the footprints in the snow. Not overly deadly. Can be a bit of a pushover. If you try to break her tail only, that makes it really annoying sometimes if you have too much damage like I've had before. But extra lore, very hidden, sequestered, interesting. So I like her. Sanctuary Guardian. So I really like the design of this thing. It's kind of difficult to fight. I think this is a pretty good lower B tier boss. Definitely a cut above the C tier stuff. So maybe beneath Dancer, beneath Morgott, around this level. We'll put it at the bottom of the B's. Because it has bee's knees. Because it's a Chimera. Twin Demons from Dark Souls 3. I kind of like these dudes. It's cool that they have, different ways to assimilate into each other to have a different second phase. It is kind of annoying, long, drawn-out fight a little bit. It's also a little bit annoying to me that it takes place in the original Fire Link. Because we have all these other Fire Links, I guess. I don't know. But not bad. Not phenomenal. Kind of like low B tier, I think. If not middle B tier. So I think I like this more than this. Around these two. So the reason why I would give it lower than the old Demon King is just because it's kind of a slog to get through both of them. Whereas at least his is a bit more self-contained, even if he isn't super difficult. I think he also leads into these two a bit better. Which one is this? Wait, this looks like Owl too. Oh man, I don't remember the difference between the Owl fights. Oh, right. And hold on. There's the one where you agree to help him and then you become Shura and fight him, right? And then there's if you don't agree to help him. Oh man, which one was more difficult? Or I just don't remember. I guess I'm going to have to put him next to the other one. Because I kind of liked the way that he fought. Because he was tricky. He did stuff that Sekiro would use. He would use the actual... what are they called in English? The Gishu? The the arm... Shinobi Dogu? Arm ninja tools, right? So he's a pretty good boss. Where's our other owl? Okay, up there. Sorry, I don't remember the differences between the two to distinguish them. Twin Demons is when FromSoft started to give a crap ton of HP to their bosses. Yeah. So this looks like Commander Niall because he's in the snow area. You can use the Bewitching Branch to make this better, but I think this might be the worst Elden Ring boss fight for new game plus cycles, just because of how high everything scales, how hard the Banished Knights hits, and everything like that. It's just kind of in the worst part of the game for it, and it's a bit of a reused thing, so this is kind of high D-ish for me, maybe very low C. Yeah, it's about on the level of Elan. I think I like Elan a bit more. The second owl uses his owl? No? I don't think so. It's been a while since I played. What are these? Oh, Feast Champions? You count that as a boss? I guess technically it is. Because there's a couple fights of it, rounds of it. Oh no, I looked away. Where did I put it? Her champions. Oh yeah, the 3 blue dudes. It's kind of lazy. It's okay. It's not. Yeah, I'm guessing we're just gonna put it above like the Dragon God. Above the Iron Virgins, just because you can actually like kill these things. All right. So is this just the one monk fight? Okay, no. So this is the first one. Okay, okay, and then the headless one's there. So we've got the Guardian Ape from Sekiro. So this fight was really tough. This is like the one of the bigger walls in Sekiro. I think this is a really good fight. You really do have to master a decent amount of it. So I'm actually going to give this one low S tier just because of the reveal after you first kill it and discover its second phase, its true second phase. So very, very good fight. Very quintessential Sekiro, especially with everything as it relates to like the impurity and stagnation, Kegare, and the bugs, centipedes. Very, very good fight. I can't tell what this one is. Behind Slave Knight Gale. Before Crystallians? Oh, Commander O'Neill. Looked like a bird. All right, Commander O'Neill is, I think, better than Commander Niall. And he's kind of like a C tier boss with like his summons, but he's not like super annoying. Maybe a bit better than Murgo's Wet Nurse, to be honest. The poop throw, yeah, for the Guardian Ape. Now I guess I'll leave O'Neill there for now. Middle of the C tier. So let's go with the Headless Ape. So I'm going to assume that this is the one that has its buddy come in, or technically its wife or whatnot. And, well, I gave the original an S tier. I think this is very disappointing, just kind of reused. And oh, hey, look, another thing to fight at the same time. Very, very disappointing to me. I do think that the Scream attack is kind of garbage for this one as well as the other one with the fear. I hate the fear mechanic. It's kind of garbage. But, yeah. It's kind of crazy how they can make an S tier fight kind of just become D tier automatically with what they did to it. Yeah, I'll put it like the top of the D tier. Beneath the 4 kings. So Demon of Hatred. Everybody says that this should have been a Bloodborne boss instead of Sekiro. I kind of see what they're saying. I do think it does fit into Sekiro to a certain degree, but it does also feel out of place. It's an interesting boss fight. I do think he's overtuned though, in terms of both his health pool and how much damage he can inflict. I guess you can like mitigate it with certain prosthetic tools, but not my favorite of the big bosses. I'm going to give it kind of like average B tier, maybe slightly lower. Like it's not a bad fight. I don't know. It's not my favorite. I do like it maybe around the same level of Flame Lurker. Yeah, okay. The Deathrite Bird, and this one looks like it's the Consecrated Snowfield version. So these things are pretty difficult to fight. They do have a good set of movements, like a good variety to their movements. They've got the little spear dudes in their wings, which can be kind of annoying to deal with. I don't think any of their attacks are particularly unguardable. Sometimes like they can snap really quickly with their beaks, but I think for the most part, it's a really fair fight. This is a pretty good Elden Ring boss, even if it can kick my ass from time to time. So I think it's a pretty good B. Maybe a high tier B. Let's say above the bell gargoyles, but beneath Priscilla. C for being a jerk. Yeah. Royal Rat Vanguard. So this is... I'm trying to decide between D or F. It's either like the highest tier F or maybe like the lowest tier D. Like the boss is just a rat with a mohawk, essentially. The camera controls for DS2 are too terrible for like these multi-enemy fights, especially with them being so low to the ground and hard to deal with. Alright, Ludwig the Accursed and the Holy Blade I'm going to keep as one boss. I don't know why they actually separated that. It's like, it's one thing. So this might actually be my favorite boss in all of Soulsborne. Maybe Gale might be up there, which, spoiler alert, Gale is probably going to be up there. But okay, I guess we can treat them as two different bosses. So I think Ludwig the Holy Blade is probably one of the best designed bosses they've ever made, partially because of, well, he's designed to be really strong and punish panic rolls. He's not oppressively strong. It's a very big departure to the way that he acts in the first phase, which is pretty tough to deal with. I'm not the biggest fan of his first phase. It's pretty good. I think his first phase is maybe like more A tier. I think around there. I think like the biggest issue with the first phase is he can go invisible temporarily. So let's put him there. Yeah, if he didn't just disappear and like breaks the camera for like one attack, he would probably be back up to S tier, maybe low S tier, maybe around here. I think this is a good spot for him. But I think Ludwig the Holy Blade is by and far like one of the best bosses designed, just because of oops, scared the crap out of myself, almost knocked over my water. The timing that he uses to catch the panic rolls is impeccable, so you really need to react to his actual animations, unlike Elden Ring, where they punish you for doing that. And his scene transition from Ludwig the Accursed to Ludwig the Holy Blade is almost unrivaled, I think. Just between the visuals and the music coalescing together to kind of create the symphony of madness is peak FromSoft for me, and also having a bit more range and mobility with the way that he dances with the blade is really good. So he becomes more humanoid compared to like his bestial counterpart. So very, very pleased with his design, and he destroyed me my first time going through the DLC because I was playing a New Game Plus. So Maria didn't give me too much trouble, but Ludwig did. He was my wall in the DLC. The Old Hunters DLC did have some bangers. You're talking about the Living Failures. Alright, so what do we have left? Not a ton. We have the Phalanx in Demon Souls. This is kind of disappointing, but it's a pretty interesting gimmick fight. It essentially gets repurposed in the Painted World of Ariandel in Dark Souls 1, though, which I think is kind of an interesting nod. I think it's not interesting enough to like really get higher than D tier, but I also don't think it's bad enough to be down here in D tier. Like, it does what it needs to do as well as it needs to do it. So I'm going to give it kind of a low C tier because it's kind of a gimmick fight, but it's also like the first boss of a game. So I think I should keep that into consideration. So let's give it a little bit more than the Adjudicator and the Deacons of the Deep, but not as cool as Quelaag, for sure. The Nameless King. So Solaire, no. The Firstborn of Gwyn is a really good boss fight. I'm not super crazy about the Wyvern phase, but The second phase is really cool with his like storm style attacks and everything. I don't think I can say anything other than he's probably either a very high A tier or a very low S tier. So he's about as iconic as Gascoigne. I don't know if he's better than Gascoigne though. Like, I mean, mechanically, like he's a more interesting fight for like the two phases and everything. But Papa G is Papa G, you know? I'll leave these two here for now and I might revisit them later. Spectre says, damn right. The cutscene between the phases is worth it. High A for sure. Yeah. He's a really good fight. I'm not sure if I consider him S tier. No, maybe not, considering the other bosses we haven't gotten to yet. Soul of Cinder. Alright. So this one has a lot of the nostalgia factor. It gets a bit outscaled and outclassed by the DLC if you do that stuff before going to it, which is always unfortunate, and I do wish that they scaled them better. Like if you got certain key items, they would just like flag it to like increase the health and damage pools of these kinds of bosses. But with that being said, he does kind of feel a little bit out of place until you like beat him and you're like, okay, I guess that's what Dark Souls 3 is, especially when you compare it to the lore of like Dark Souls 2 after what Dark Souls 2 did with Dark Souls 1. So it's like, where did this dude come from if he wasn't in Dark Souls 2? Nobody knows, but he's a thing. He's everybody. He's you. He's me. He's Gwyn. Plin, plin, plon. So, he's not the most mechanically challenging fight, but he's a really good fight. And I think he's definitely in the A tier if he's not good enough to get to S tier. So, is he as good as Sif? For me, no. It's kind of hard to say against the Owls because I don't remember these fights super well. But I do remember him super well, and he's just kind of more iconic than Owl. So I'll put Soul of Cinder above Owls for now. All right, I'm gonna say this is a red Drake from Demon Souls, and put it next to the blue Drake. Although this one isn't as annoying, so I'll put it one rank higher in F tier. Father Ariandel and Sister Frida. So this is another Dark Souls 3 boss that's extremely good. I know it kind of really pushes FromSoft games and players to the limits by having so many damn phases for a boss, which I think is a little bit unfortunate. But nonetheless, I still really enjoy this fight. So much so that I'm going to place it in S tier above Maria. Not because I think like their lore is super cool, but just because I really enjoy the fight that much. The Belfry Gargoyles from Dark Souls 3 are the Belfry Gargoyles from Dark Souls 2, but way worse. This is going to be middle of the D tier for me. Maybe even below Demon of Song. The Skeleton Lords? At least this is an interesting callback, I guess. But yeah, definitely displeased with this one. The first time you see the Phase 3 cutscene, not knowing it's coming is an experience. Yeah, Sister Frida, it's so good, I had very little to say, to be honest. Oniwa, Masataka, Gyobu, whatever order they put it in. His name. I think this dude is a really good intro boss fight for Sekiro. Definitely better than Ochodono, but not phenomenal. I do like the ability to like kind of grapple onto him and attack him. It's kind of hard to deal with him because he's mounted, which is a little bit unfortunate. And in some ways, I think like the mini bosses were kind of a little bit better, but I think he's a good boss. So let's compare him to the other B bosses. Is he around here? Kind of like maybe a little bit better than the Knights Cavalry. I don't know. The Storm Ruler. Yeah, I'm going to put him beneath the Knights Cavalry. Because I feel like this just does it well, whereas like this is good, but it just doesn't quite hit the same highs as like the Black Knight guy, I guess. It's another kind of brutal fight on a first playthrough. I didn't think he was that bad, although I was starting to get the hang of it by the time I fought him, because I fought Butterfly first. Is this... I'm trying to see if there's the other forms of Genichiro to consider. Alright, so... Alright. Let's just say this is Geni at the top of Ashina Tower, because I mean, I think everything else would just kind of be Sword Saint at that point, right? So, I think this might be FromSoft's best designed boss to date, so much so that it kind of ends up screwing over the rest of Sekiro. Because I feel like once you can beat Genichiro, you can beat the entire game with maybe the exception of Sword Saint. Like, unless you somehow cheese him, you're going to be forced to acquire all the tools that you'll need to succeed everywhere else. You don't necessarily need like the lightning redirect, which is it is super helpful, don't get me wrong, but you'll need to be able to deflect well, to Makiri counter, to potentially Goomba Stomp. I guess a lot of people don't really like learn that super well. When to know how to like dodge and kind of how to break posture and press the attack and the advantage. So it kind of trivializes the game afterward because it makes you more or less master the game. To beat the dude, he's essentially in the middle point of the game. So I think he's a little bit maybe too strong for that section of the game, but nonetheless, one of the best bosses they've ever designed. Like the perfect Sekiro get good boss without being brokenly frustrating like a Sword Saint. So don't get me wrong, like plenty of people have crashed against Genichiro and like didn't overcome the challenge, but you can overcome it with enough practice. And he was probably the hardest fight for me in my first playthrough, if I don't count Sword Saint, but like he made me learn, whereas like Sword Saint just kind of like made me refine, if that makes sense. So, I think objectively he's just better than Ludwig, even if I might like Ludwig a bit more. I think he's just too good if you don't cheese him. Before Vigor check, we had skill check. Rykard and the Great Serpent. Yeah, okay. So I think this might be one of their best gimmick fights that they've done to date. I think Rykard is a really good designed boss with the issue of having too much crap going on in his second phase. And if you don't have an ability to completely mitigate all damage, I think you can't escape all of his shenanigans in a second phase, which I think really sucks, and they should have worked on that a bit more to at least like alter the timing for people to just not get clipped by all of his skull exploding bullcrap or the sword follow-up. And the fact that it can one-shot and just how long it kind of takes to get there is a little bit frustrating for me, but I still do really like the design. He's very memorable, like voice acting wise and everything. It's just a little bit unfortunate we don't get a little bit more lore as to his and Ronnie's connections to the other demigods and each other. But I think this is maybe low A, if not middle A. Let's put him below Fume Knights. I do really like that fight. Together. Exactly. Family. So it looks like we have a Falling Star Beast. These things are really tough if you're in enclosed spaces. Okay, so... If you're in the tunnel area, I would give this a much lower score. If you're out in the open and you can ride Torrent, it's a little bit it's a little bit easier to deal with. So I'm going to give it kind of like a middle to low C, depending. maybe below Quelaag. Yeah, because she's definitely more iconic to me than this. Although I do really like these two. Yeah, so Rykard has the best gimmick in Soulsborne. Yeah, being able to use it, I think, is like their best implementation of the Storm Ruler by far. What is this? Oh, the Man-Eater. That makes sense. And then I'll do the Elden Beast next since my cursor was like over it and I faked you guys out. So Man-Eater, I think, is a really middle boss. He's like the Vort of Demon Souls. He kind of gets screwed by his own AI, and that's unfortunate. And then my last playthrough, I just kind of melted him. And it's kind of annoying that there's two of them, so he's like the first Bell Gargoyle. So you know what? For that, he gets to go down a couple pegs. But yeah, I would definitely rate her higher. And him. Okay. So Elden Beast gets an S tier at being D tier. Yeah, so this dude is just too mobile and it just takes so long to whittle him down. He has so strong nuke attacks, so many homing attacks that are kind of impossible to fully dodge. It just becomes kind of a war of attrition, which just isn't really how you want to go out with a final boss of a game, I feel. I think the Elden Beast would have been better if it was kind of treated like the Moon Presence, or maybe if you collected all the demigod runes and activated them in the towers, then he would appear. I do think it's just a little bit unfortunate that he just shows up whenever, and that you only need to get 3 demigod runes to beat the game, essentially. Elden Beast is bad. Dare you say not very poggers? No. Longboard Lemon, welcome in. That would have been so much better. Radahn was a nice send-off. Speaking of Radahn, let's look at Radahn. Where is he? Nope. Nope. Well, I'm pulling a blind. Wait. Is he really not down here? Oh, there he is. Right next to Millennia. I was like looking for the actual picture instead of the remembrance, I guess. I forget that it looks so kind of wonky. So most of the times that I've fought Radahn have been pre-nerf Radahn, so I don't really know what he's like post-nerf. But I actually really like pre-nerf Radahn despite everything. Like, depending on what level you go into it at, he can be a real brick house in terms of like trying to get to him and then dealing with him. I don't like a lot of his melee attacks. I think they're kind of wild and a bit hard to deal with him on Leonard, and some of his like gravity stuff is also kind of janky, but it's a very different kind of fight that they'd put in their game so far. I do like being able to use the terrain to block some of his arrows. So for me, he's kind of an A. He's not necessarily a high A tier, maybe kind of a middle to low one. Maybe around this level of Ishin. Better than a lot. Kind of like Amelia. Yeah, I think this is pretty decent. Twinces, Amelia, Radahn. Maybe him a little bit higher. But I do like... No. She's a bit more consistent with the mechanics. I guess he's just harder, and I like that a bit more. But I think she's just kind of a better design. He's like a little bit of a mess, where she's solid. You met Radigan? Okay, fake gamer moment. It's easy to get those names confused. Beating Radahn on release was satisfying, though. Yeah, for sure. Which dragon is this? There's like 4 dragons here. They're all the same, aren't they? If this isn't a dragon, I can't tell what it is. It's just a random screenshot. I'm not going to worry about the dragons. We can put them by the other dragons. What is this blue thing? Oh, this is real form Loretta. Okay. So like I said, the spirit form Loretta is a bit harder to kill, and she's kind of better for it. So I think she's like pretty mid B, whereas I feel like the normal red Loretta is kind of like high C tier. Kind of around here, maybe lower. Yeah, I'll give it above the Dragon Slayer armor, but below Nishandra, just because like the lore purposes, she's really cool. And lower than Estelle, because I like Estelle. Giant Lord. Giant Lord. Oh, and from DS2, like all like the ones you have to kill in the memories. These are really disappointing. They're just as bad as the other Lord, the last giant, but worse because you have to use what's his face? Not Bernal. Holy crap, the Jugo dude, Benhart, right? I'm drawing a blank. It's late. Because you have to summon Benhart of Jugo for one of their like memories. Otherwise, you can't get his equipment, which is really annoying because like the AI in Dark Souls 2 is awful. So if he dies, we'll need to use a bonfire aesthetic, and it's just it doesn't get better when you go into new game plus cycles. So it just becomes do or die kind of moment. But it's like they're not fun fights. They're not like the bottom of D tier. They're pretty close though. Like Celestial Emissary more. Dragon Raiders, kinda. Probably better than the Dirty Colossus though. Another dragon so bad. Speaking of another dragon, Dark Eater Midir. So I'm gonna go against the grain here because I don't particularly enjoy this fight a ton. Just because I mostly play melee builds and he's just very slow and tedious to fight. He has so much health. I do like a lot of his dark attacks though. So I'm going to give him kind of like a sub-average B tier. Just because I think he's too tanky. Gobu. Yeah, I preferred the Twin Demons over Midir, to be honest. But Midir's lore and all of his other stuff makes him cooler to me than the Dancer. Midir is a chore, let's be honest. I know he's like a lot of people's like favorites, so I feel bad for them. But it's just not one that I've enjoyed having to fight, especially multiple times. Half-Light, Spirit of the Church. So my first time playing through Dark Souls 3, I didn't realize this mechanic came from the old monk in Demon Souls. So I thought he was a lot cooler than he actually was. So he's just kind of like mid-tier to me, but kind of a little bit lower now. I do like the little Covenant stuff that goes along with him. He has no lore though. No lore though. So O'Neill. I kind of like him more than O'Neill, though. We'll put him like there. So this looks like the Divine Dragon from Sekiro. Indeed, we've got the Seven Branch Sword. This is kind of another disappointing gimmicky fight. So this is kind of like the almost the Storm Ruler type fight of Sekiro, except somebody's using the Storm Ruler against us. But this idiot doesn't realize we're not a giant, so it's not going to work. Aside from that, there's like a bunch of the stone-faced tree root people that he summons in with like the dragon rot and stuff, but very disappointing. Probably around the level of the Four Kings in terms of like kind of being an annoying fight. Spirit of the Church was so fun. I do enjoy the fights. It's just it gets a little bit docked with the lack of creativity, I guess. Malekith. Just double checking to see if there's the Beast Clergyman as well, or if it's just including him. Okay. I'm getting a bit more paranoid now after the Ludwig distinctions. So, Malekith, I think, should have been split up into two because I feel like the Beast Clergyman is too cheap for me to really give a high score to. But I do like the second phase of Malekith better because he's a bit more easy to read and excuse me. He's a bit easier to read, and even though like he can clip you and just deal a lot of damage, there is the interesting stuff that you can use with the Blasphemous Claw, which I feel like is a bit of a noob trap. Like, I feel like it's easier to just fight him without worrying about it because the timing is easy to mess up because, like, the distance he can have on his attacks sometimes. But anyway, I do think the Beast Clergyman is just too agile for a lot of melee build, so getting to Malekith's second phase is way more difficult than doing the second phase to me. Although it's funny because by the time you can kill him, you've already fought the first phase so much that you should be able to handle it. I don't know. Anyway, I really like the second phase. The first phase I'm not as much of a fan of. I'm rambling because it's late. I ramble all the time though. So, I'm going to give him kind of a decent B score. A little bit behind a Corrupted Monk. Let's put him behind the old hero. Because I like his gimmick. It's very like self-contained. Whereas like I don't like his first phase. Just because of his patterns. Where did the orphan fall? On the swing, because he had no arms. No. So, okay, we got Moog. So Moog is one of my favorite Elden Ring fights. I think it's extremely solid. There's only like one or two moves which are kind of janky with their hitboxes. With that being said, I don't necessarily know if I would push him into S tier. I would place him above Ludwig the Accursed, and for me, above Artorias and Gurman. And beneath Nameless King, maybe? Yeah, I think this is kind of right. I think this is really solid, especially for like mano-a-mano type fights. But I don't know, maybe not S tier. I don't know what this weird squiggly looking thing is. Like at first glance, it almost looks like one of the stingrays for like Demon Souls. Wait, what is this? Oh, this is the colorless demon, isn't it? I don't even remember. Like, don't they just lie there? So it's essentially just like free souls. All right, so it exists. Is it a boss? Kind of. Better than these things. Worse than Pinmill. Ancient Dragon. Wait, which one is this? Oh, from Dark Souls 2? Man, this fight sucked. Even as a caster, it sucked. I can't imagine trying to do this on melee. This thing was super tanky. It just did a ton of damage. Worse than the Rune Sentinels. I'm not sure if it's quite F tier, though. I would probably need to think about that. Cool lore implications, but it just sits here pretty sure. Bruh, haha. So we got the OG Dragon Rider on his own. This is kind of disappointing. Like you could kill him like with a brand new character, and like getting past the mobs to fight him is harder than fighting him, I feel. But better than the twofer. D for Drown. All right, let's go with Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing. So he's just kind of another NPC, humanoid, hunter, tarnished, chosen undead style fight. He's really annoying because he uses all that magic though, so I don't really feel like giving him a C. Not terribly inspired. Definitely better than these things though. Yeah, I'll put him beneath the Celestial Emissary. All right, let's go with the Rotten or Leechmonger. Another kind of a very disappointing joke fight. A little bit more disappointing than the Giant Lord. Well, this is like, I don't know. They're about the same. No, the Giant Lord was more annoying to me. At least the Dirty Colossus had the cool bee attacks. Okay. What is this? Is this... This almost looks like Makar. Oh, it is. It is Makar. It's in the tunnels. Because it doesn't have like a remembrance, I guess. Because it's by the meteor. I think this is a pretty decent boss. Like nothing too crazy, nothing too terrible. Lava can be, you know, slightly annoying, but this is not bad. It does get kind of reused a lot, which is a little bit unfortunate. So I think maybe a little bit... No, I kind of like Half-Light more, to be honest. Better than O'Neill, worse than Half-Light. Udex Gundyr, the first boss of Dragon's Dark Souls 3. Holy crap. He's a pretty standard introductory boss. He's kind of maybe a little bit too strong for the first one. Like, if people don't know how to play the game, he's maybe be a little bit much, but I don't know. I think he's pretty decent, though. So I'd probably put him above the Armored Spider. So, kind of low B tier. Something at the beginning, Black Blade Kindred, and this is the one. Okay, this is the one in front of Malekith's Sanctum. I wanted to double check that the duo is there, and I'll rate them next. So the one on its own is, you know, pretty mid, not bad, kind of decent. Probably better than the Bloodhound Knights. Is it better than the Throne Guardians? About equivalent, maybe. At least this has a kind of a cool mechanic, even if it's a little bit annoying. Alright, now the duo. This was like one of the worst fights in Elden Ring. This is probably the worst fight. Maybe worse than, what's his face? Neil in Castle Soul. There's like, I think the biggest issue with me with this fight is that the poison deals direct damage. If it didn't deal damage and it just gave the status buildup, it'd probably have been fine. But it's just really hard to get the spacing. These things are extremely tanky, and they cover a lot of ground. So it's kind of hard to attack them from a range or up close, especially when they both gang up. So might unironically be the worst Elden Ring fights. I'm not sure though. Yeah, let's just put them here above like the Dragon God maybe. I don't know. I almost feel like I'd rather do the Dragon God than these guys, to be honest. Like, you can skip them, so what's the incentive to going and doing them? You made the mistake to engage this guy the first time you saw him. The Black Blade Kindred. Yeah, a lot of people do that. Alright, so we have the Erdtree Avatars, which are just the Asylum Demons, but a little bit extra. So they're kind of like very average, but not fantastic or terrible. So I would give it a little bit of advantage over the Asylum Demon. It's just unfortunate that it was used so much. I mean, they're pretty much the exact same thing, though. Not really, because the Erdtree avatars like use spells and whatnot. Oh, we have Smelter Demon too. Well, he could go next to the other Smelter Demon because they're not much different. I don't know which one's supposed to be what, though. Elenia, Goddess Orot. So a lot of people like her fight because it's difficult, but I don't think difficulty is everything. She has some really jank stuff in terms of like how she can get stunned and whatnot, and how she can break out of her stuns. I do think she heals maybe too much off of her attacks connecting, especially while you're guarding. I think that's a little bit over the top. So I think they could have adjusted her fight a couple ways by either increasing her base health and reducing like the amount she healed, giving her like a one phase, like a one boss fight, I think would have been fine. But I don't know. I think she's just a bit too overtuned, and that kind of really kills it for me. Like, it's kind of fun fighting a boss that hard, but it's also just a little bit tedious. I don't know where I want to place her. I think she's got to be worse than Estelle, though, right? Still cooler than, like, the ulcerated tree spirits, though. Loretta may be better than? I don't know. Let's put her in front of Deshandra just because she's like a little bit iconic, I guess. Martyr Logarius from Bloodborne. Another very good boss. But he's not one of my favorites. I do like the fact that you can shoot his sword when he transitions into his like second phase or whatnot to break it. I think that's a brilliant mechanic. I do wish there was more lore to him here. Obviously, at one point in development, he was the kind of like pseudo king of Tumuru. What is King of Death or something like that? They called him Dead King, maybe. But they did a little bit of a tricksy in development and changed his story around. So now he's a martyr, which is good enough, I guess. A lot of people think he's Tumerian. I don't necessarily see it, but I don't think there's enough to discount it. I also don't think there's a lot to support it other than just like, oh, he's taller than the player. But I mean, everybody's taller than the player. Yeah, Logarius is another classic. So he's a pretty good Bloodborne boss. I do think he's maybe a bit better than the Dark Lurker. He's kind of on par with Parl and Sully. I think these two are like really good close together. I kind of like Martyr Logarius more. So Malekith, does he deserve to be higher or lower? I think higher than Malekith. The old hero, maybe, yeah. Yao Bikuni, Blood-Starved Beast. Okay, yeah, I think I'll place him behind Blood-Starved Beast and above the Corrupted Monk. Guys, I think Blood-Starved Beast is a little bit more iconic. Even though like Logarius is more difficult, I think this is just kind of a bit better for players overall. And he can be kind of janky sometimes. Like his sword can go through the world, but still like continue swiping, and just you can't do anything about it. But he's definitely a fun one. Osiris, the Consumed King. So he has some really cool lore and some interesting like attacks. Like he can technically curse the player, although effectively he'll probably never be able to do it. Maybe in the new like a higher cycles of New Game Plus, but I don't know if curse actually scales enough for him to do it. But he's kind of a pushover aside from that. He's not necessarily, he's definitely not like a D tier. Um, he's maybe high C. Like I don't think he's quite B tier either. I don't know. He's about like the same level of the Pursuer and Gwendolyn. So let's put him there. There could be a whole tier list just for scythe wielders. There could be a whole tier list just for the Asylum demons clones. Ancient Wyvern. I'm assuming this is the DS3 one that you can jump to kill another gimmick boss. So this one's like a little bit lackluster. Like getting to him is a bit more difficult than anything else. So it's kind of like on the par of the Phalanx, but maybe a little bit worse, to be honest. Deacons or Ancient? I like Deacons more. I still like the Ancient Wyvern more than like Borealis at this point, though. The cut content Baby Smasher, jokes aside, Osiris is pretty good. King of the Storm. Oh, so there is another Nameless King one. Okay, that helps. That helps me differentiate them. I'm surprised that they did have another phase. So like Ludwig, this is a really good fight. I should probably like make this smaller. All right, let me think about this. So King of the Storm, I think, is pretty B tierish, not necessarily high B tier. Not as good as Medir, to be honest. Not as good as Morgott. Wait, what is this thing? Oh, the Ancient Dragon Sentinel. Yeah, probably better than Udex and these other stuff. So let's say the King of the Storm is low B, and then the Nameless King second phase alone, I think is pretty decent here still. Okay. Renala. This is another one of the best gimmick fights that they've done in the game, and I've talked about this on the 1.0 stream a lot, where they really did a ton in the sound design to like make this fight stand out. And it's a little just it's a bit unfortunate how weak Renala ends up being, though. I think she would have been the best intro boss for Elden Ring, and it's unfortunate that like Margit and Godfrey just like would wipe the floor with her. So she just feels really out of place. Like even the Red Wolf of Radigan kind of feels stronger than her sometimes. So despite that, I really like the lullabies that her students or her children sing, because those will reveal the one that has the aura that you need to break. So I think she belongs below Rykard, but above like the Black Knife Assassin and Goldfree. All right. Demon Prince. I kind of included this with the twin demons. I mean, I like the Demon Prince more, so I guess I'll like bump him up slightly higher. But it's kind of hard to judge him because he is dependent on the other two forms. Wait, where are they? Okay, there they are. All right. Horalu / Godfrey is a really good fight. Definitely one of the best ones in Elden Ring, in my opinion. I like how fair he is. He feels very, very dangerous as his like grappling form counterpart, and he still feels threatening enough with the axe. He has more oomph to his attacks. But I kind of like Goldfree more just because like you don't have the awkward phase transition, and I feel like Horalu doesn't have enough HP to really appreciate his movesets, and he just kind of suffers from like the endgame boss situation where you just kind of end up feeling like a glass cannon no matter what you do. You either just like kill the bosses super quickly or you just get one shot, you know? So we have the Godskin Duo Snake Edition. So this is pretty bad. I think they're definitely worse than the other Godskin Duo because they can't be bled. They can still be slept though, which is kind of funny, even though they're dead. So where's my other Godskin Duo at? There were, I think, in the bottom of C tier, weren't they? Okay, there they are. So yeah, I'll put these at like the level of D tier, like the Four Kings. At least these ones are kind of cool. Yeah, I think this is about equal. Because at least this is kind of unique, and you get the wife lures. But yeah, ER does that quite a bit. Yeah. Oh, Black Flame Frida is her own phase? Okay, if that's the case, I'll put her at the top of S tier, not like the very top. And then I'll move the Father Ariandel stuff down to like maybe B. Because having to juggle both of them is kind of annoying. So let's put her here. And then him. Do we have a duo fight down here? No, not really. But this is actually a pretty decent duo fight. Oh, I guess we're the Capra Demon. Demon of Hatred. Better than that. Flame Lurker. Yeah, I think this is a good spot for that one. What the heck is this? Is this a grafted sign? Oh no, that's the Dragonkin Soldier of Noxtella. Is that Noxtella? Yeah, there's the throne there. Okay. So this one can get the icy wings and fly for a little bit. I'm not too crazy about a lot of the Dragonkin, but at least this one's cool and unique. Cool pun intended, I guess. It really wasn't intended. But pretty decent, around the level of Osiris. Maybe a bit better because it's not like a pushover. Better than the Pursuer? Nah, the Pursuer kind of has cooler lore, so let's just put him above Osiris. Actually, Osiris's lore puts it above this. And then Gwendolyn just doesn't have enough mechanically, I think. Screw it, let's bump it down. The Dragonkin's moveset is so annoying. He just flails around. Yeah, he can be pretty tough. Especially since you can't use Torrent for that one. So we have the Tower Knight. The gimmick that started it all. Not really, but actually kinda. I guess, that's really Phalanx. So the Tower Knight isn't, like, particularly great, but he's good at what he does. And I think that puts him around the level of Shadows of Yharnam. No, maybe higher. Let's be honest here. He's probably around here. Pretty high B tier, to be honest. Just because he's not crazy difficult doesn't mean that he's not a good boss. So we have the Crystallian Duo beneath Ray Lucaria's like tunnel things. This is a pretty annoying fight, but not the worst. It's another like duo fight, so yeah. At least better than Niall. Maybe a little bit worse than Deacons. What is this? Oh, just another Tree Sentinel, not the Draconic version. So I think the first one is just way too over-leveled for the first area. And I'm not the biggest fans of these. I mean, they're pretty good, like, mounted knights. But they're just way too tanky for that part in the game. But if you set that aside, they're not a bad enemy. They do what they need to do. They're pretty good at that. Let's put it above the Black Blade at least. And there. That'll be good. Beneath the old Iron King. So we have the old Monk from Demon Souls, which is just the Half-Light 1.0. I actually really like this idea. So I'm going to give it a pretty I want to give it an A, but there's also the chance that, like, if you ever get matched up with a player, they just don't really do anything. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. So it's literally everything on this tier list. It's every rank at once and none of them at the same time. But anyway, the idea I think is really cool. And I think the idea is like A tier, and the execution just kind of needed work. So let's put that one beneath Renala and above the Black Knife Assassins. We're getting there. We're almost done. This took way longer than I expected. So we have Godric. I think Godric's actually a really, really good boss. I think this is probably deserving of an A tier to some degree. Better than these? Yeah, kind of. Better than Goldfree? Yeah. So even though I think Godric is harder than Renala, there are some things about the Renala fight that allow me to appreciate it a bit more than him. It's a little bit sad that he gets clowned on in both like the lore and like a lot of the player base. Because like I could easily see Godric being just like tuned differently and being more of an endgame style boss. And it is, I think, super unfortunate that he gets kind of cloned into Godfroy. Tragic. Taurus Demon. So Taurus Demon kind of forcibly teaches people how to deal with big boys in tight places. And I think he's a really good boss for that. Like, this is like the first real Dark Souls boss, other than the Asylum Demon, which I don't really count. So this dude is super iconic for me, and I think he gets a really good score, even if he isn't like super strong. He's not as like nearly as like captivating as like the Cleric Beast though. It's just they come from two different eras. So in some ways I think he should be higher than Cleric Beast, but I appreciate the work that they put into Cleric Beast more. Definitely an A tier boss, the Taurus Demon. Some dragon, I'm not gonna worry about that. Alright, Slave Knight Gale. I lost him. Oh no. Okay, there he is. This is probably my favorite boss of Dark Souls 3. And he's just super good. He doesn't have as many health bars as Frida, which I think is probably for the best. But his attacks are as devastating. And I don't know, it's just such a good boss to kind of end the series on in some ways. His lore is really interesting, even if it's a bit hard to grasp at first. I do think the stuff with like the paint of the painted world is a little bit iffy, but nonetheless, this dude kind of inverting the whole Lord of Cinder trope by becoming like encased in like a dark flame is interesting, but it's not black flame like Frida. I don't really know why they're that different, but nonetheless. 7 games worth of bosses? Yeah. I think so. Is it 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Yeah, maybe you're right. Wow. Okay, which one is this? I can't tell. Oh, Penetrator, right? Yeah, Penetrator. So Penetrator was really disappointing to me. Somebody said that like this is the weakest boss of the first Arkstone area, which might be true. So he's kind of like the Dragon Rider, but I think he's even easier than the Dragon Rider, and he's way later. At the very least, like his armor set is way cooler than these things. So he can go here, very middle of the D tier. And Elden Ring is worth 3 games of bosses, sort of. If you're counting the ones that still get like counted over again, for sure. There's this Aldia Scholar of the First Sin. So as a boss, he's not that great. He's kind of like C tier, but his lore is also really cool. And I do think he's around the area of Nishandra. He's just not as good to me, I guess. So let's put him beneath X-Ikes. And Beneath the Pursuer. So he's kind of like high C tier, I guess. No, Beneath Osiris. And okay, I'm fine with this. Above Sin and Beneath the Dragonkin Soldier. Placidusax. Again, this is another dragon. By the time I got to him, I wasn't too thrilled with fighting him because I fought so many dragons before. He felt like all the other ones, with one crucial exception, and that he has a super cool nuke and he can turn into clouds. But nonetheless, like I'm kind of over it. We fought so many dragons in these series that they just all play a little bit too similarly to themselves. So I'm gonna place him definitely above the Dragonkins at the very least. And above, honestly, I'd put him beneath Osiris and kind of above Gwendolyn. I just think Osiris is different enough that he doesn't feel like a dragon at all. And he has like interesting crystal attacks, even if he's kind of a pushover. But he's just got too much of the same as the other dragons Placidusax does. Abritus, Daughter of the Cosmos. So she has one really, really cheap attack with her charge, which I think really holds her back. You can also cheese the crap out of her by standing in between like her tail leg things. It's questionable whether or not the Daughter of the Cosmos was ever human. She's a great one. Underneath the Grand Cathedral, very, very, very cool visual design. Kind of frustrating boss design, especially if you fight the Defiled one, where she can one-shot you extremely easily in the Great Eyes chalices and whatnot. So I think she gets kind of a low B tier for me. Around the Ariandel and Sister Frida thing. Maybe above Demon of Hatred. Because I like the cosmic stuff she has. Another dragon, you say? Yeah. Penetrator has a sketchy name, but the boss itself is kind of cool. Yeah. That's how I feel. Dragon. Probably dragon. Demi-human queen. These things are pretty mid. They don't have like a ton of things to differentiate themselves from a lot of other like big bosses. Some can use magic, some can throw away their stick and get angry and not use magic anymore, which is cool. We can fight 3 of them. 4. So not as cool as the Crucible Knights or these things. It's just very meh. Around Vort level. Cooler than Crystal Sage. Not as cool as Vort. I think that's a good spot for him. Okay, woo. 3 rows left. Okay, so this isn't the old one. So this is like the weaker ancestral spirit thing. And this is kind of disappointing. I would give it like a low C. I thought these were going to be a lot cooler than they actually were. A little bit slow and kind of hard to hit sometimes. And just not super engaging, the ancestral spirits. So I'm going to give it a little bit less than the Maneater. And the bigger ancestral spirits, the Regal Ancestor Spirit, I will give higher score to because it does have more attacks. It can absorb all the souls of like the spirits around it, which I think is super cool. Both of these things do kind of remind me of like the Forest Spirit in Princess Mononoke, which is a big W for me, but they just don't really live up to that expectation in any meaningful way. So cooler than these things, at the least. Not as cool as Old Iron King. Oh, now we have Morgott. Okay, so that'll help. I can replace Margit, place Morgott someplace else. But they're about the same. I think Margit is just too tough for its area, and Morgott is just better elsewhere. But maybe between Flame Lurker and Father Ariandel and Sister Frida. Probably better than Abritus. Yeah, I think that's a decent spot. I do like Loretta more. Okay. Ram, the vacuous spider. Vacuous coming from Hakuchi in Japanese, which means like blank minded. Very interesting visually. Kind of sad because like a lot of people don't know like what Ram's role is in like keeping the veil over Yarnum to keep people oblivious to the red moon, and because of that, people have like transformed and they have no idea why. Whereas like something else must have happened in Old Yarnum at some point for a similar style event. But the Ram fight itself is very disappointing because of how slow it is. You can cheese it. Oops. You can cheese the Ram fight with like the Beast Blood pellets and just like one phasing her before she ever teleports. But it's kind of difficult to get that off without certain weapons, and I lost sight of her because I looked away from the screen for a second. Where am I looking for Ram? She's a big old blob. What? Well, I lost track of Ram. Did she go all the way down there? No. Oh, there she is. So, okay. Is she better than the Dragon Riders? Kind of. Better than Gideon? Yeah. Celestial Emissary? Kind of. Kind of not. I'd rather fight the Celestial Emissaries, though. And Ram doesn't have like a ton of info about her other than what Mikolash says. Ram's cool, but the fight is meh. Yeah. Centipede Demon. Talk about another cool boss, but the fight being meh. So this one, it just doesn't function. Like it's supposed to have a lot more attacks, but they just don't ever work out. I think I have to give this an F as a boss because it fails to work like it should. I don't think it's as nearly as annoying as the Rat Authority or the Vanguard. But I do like it more than the Lost Sinner. Lone Peretta asks, does Ram hide the Red Moon? You assume she protected mostly from the moon presence. No, so the issue with like the term used in English is that like Ram blocks the rituals, I think is what they use at times. But the Japanese is a bit clearer in that she conceals the rituals. And so she's not actively preventing them. They're still ongoing. And the way that we know that is the rituals involve Murgo's crying voice being used to summon and beckon the Nightmare Great Ones, or Great One, with that either being like Murgo's wet nurse or the moon presence. Doesn't really matter. But if you have 60 insight before killing Ram, you will be able to hear Murgo crying no matter where you are in the game. So that's supposed to be the dev hint that the ritual is ongoing even before we wake up in Yarnum's clinic, in Yosefka's clinic. So Ram isn't stopping what's going on. She's just kind of hiding it. She's masking it, whether she means to or not. We don't really know. Yeah, she's the keeper of the illusion. Loam says, Mikolash is an unreliable source, just like Alfred. She probably is a very cool spider. Alright, so who do we have? The Burnt Ivory King. So, the Burnt Ivory King, I think, is pretty cool, but he suffers from how many damn knights of his I had to kill to fulfill Alsana's requests. And because of that, it just makes the fight a lot worse. It drags on a lot more. I like the optional ways you can get knights to help you fight him and seal off all the other portals, although it's very tedious and kind of ends up feeling mandatory despite being quote-unquote optional. Like, all of his knights just have like a lot of HP and can deal a lot of damage. Maybe they don't have like a lot of HP, but they can just deal like a lot of damage, so you don't want them to just kind of like gang up on you. So, yeah. Interesting idea. The execution could have used improvement. I think he's kind of like it depends. Like if you have all of the summon things, he's not that bad and can be like a decent C, maybe even low B. But otherwise, he's kind of low C if you have too much of his stuff up, and if not worse. So it's kind of hard for me to place him. His lore is interesting. Ilium Lois is kind of cool. So let's go with a high C just to be a little bit nicer to him, I guess, even though I kind of hate him. And put him above the Throne Guardians at the very least. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. And what are these? The folding screen monkeys? Yeah. So these things have a really cool bit of lore that isn't exactly apparent in the English. So a lot of people have heard the adage of like the three monkeys, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. Well, the Japanese has like a fourth thing that goes along with that, which is like do no evil. And so with these three monkeys, oh man, it's getting late. I'm drawing a blank. Okay, yeah. So it's Mimizaru, Kikizaru, and Izaru? I'm Iwazaru, whatever. Anyway, what was I saying? Okay, yeah, the monkeys. Zaru in Japanese comes from Saru, which is monkey, but when you combine words into complex words, sometimes you voice your consonants. So Saru becomes Zaru. So Zaru is like, no, it would just be Mizaru. Oh my god. Anyway, I should like double check the adage because this is kind of like antiquated Japanese. I'm pretty sure it's just Mizaru. So mi means to like look. Kiku means to listen. So Kiki Zaru. And the thing about Zaru, despite being like kind of sounding like monkey, it's the archaic way to say like without doing something. So like without seeing, without listening, without speaking. And so the final one, Shizaru, means like without doing evil, right? However, hey, look, it's another pun on words or play on words where she can also mean death. So the fourth monkey might be like the undying monkey. But so anyway, you have the non-seeing monkey, the non-hearing monkey, or like the non-listening monkey, the non-speaking monkey, and then the one that either doesn't move or doesn't die. So just kind of some interesting lore. With the monkeys, so this is another gimmick fight. I didn't hate this one. It can get kind of annoying if you're trying to speed through the game, perhaps. But once you understand the gimmick, it's not that terrible, but it's also not that great. So I'm going to give it like a low C, perhaps. Maybe above like this dude over here, the fake regal spirit. Alright, so let's go to Tor, the One Reborn, the lore black hole. Visually, this thing looks cool as hell, terrifying as hell, and he's Tower Knight. So he kind of gets like a D. There's no lore to him. He's pretty weak. The worst part about him is his like acid buildup kind of clips into the floor, and it's kind of difficult to tell when it's happening sometimes. So you can just die having like no knowledge that it's happening. And it's a little bit unclear that you need to move out of it at first, or like where it goes in the arena. So I think this is just too underwhelming. It's maybe more underwhelming than like Ceaseless Discharge even. Because at least this is cool and interesting and different. This is just Tower Knight, but worse. Probably still better than Executioner's Chariot though. It's so random too, yeah. The way that it comes down from the sky, very cool stuff, and it's just never set up. If they set it up ever so slightly more, he could have been a lot cooler. Speaking of another similar boss, we have the Curse-Rotted Greatwood, where if you break open its balls, it's gonna die. Because I phrased it that way, you can tell it's getting late. So this thing is kind of underwhelming. It's an early area boss, though. So I think he kind of gets like a low C. I don't necessarily think it's worth like a D or anything. But maybe not nearly as good as these things. Ancient Wyvern? Yeah, I'd place this higher than the Ancient Wyvern, but lower than Velstadt. It's only 3 a.m. Yep. All right. So we have the Fake Corrupted Monk. This one was really easy. Because even though it's like spirit, it's not like bleed is a real status effect in Sekiro. Although I think there was something that does work a bit better against spirits. I don't remember what it was though. But nonetheless, I do think this is a good fight. Where did I put the original Yao Bikuni? She's up there. She has more health bars. She has more mechanics. So I think this one definitely deserves like a lower spot. But it's still a really good boss because it's a Sekiro boss. Probably on par with Gyobu Masataka Oniwa, or whatever he's called. Whatever his name is. Alright guys, we have another dragon. That's not one of the other dragons that I've pointed out so far. We have Leech Dragon Fortizax. Honestly, this is going to be one of my hotter takes. I just kind of hate this boss as a melee build. Because I think like having the stupid lightning come off of its feet is absolute garbage. And it just makes me have to move away from the boss for no reason. However, with me saying that, I do think it would have been a better design if they treated these kind of dragon bosses a bit more like they did with the Watchdog of Old Lords and Bloodborne. Where like if you broke open its legs, fire would start pouring out of it, so it gained more AoE attacks. So maybe if you first attack this thing's legs and then lightning starting pouring out of it, I could respect that more. But no, this thing just kind of like poops lightning on you, and you just have to move out of the way every like 4 or 5 seconds, and it just doesn't feel very fun to me. He's another dragon. He doesn't have anything special going on besides like the stupid leg. The leg lightning, which is automatic, and a little bit of the death blight lightning. But aside from that, like visually, he's really cool. But I was just so sick of fighting bosses by the time I got to him that it just kind of left a poor taste in my mouth. And it's unfortunate that it came down to that. Degen hours starting about now? Yeah, for real. Stella's was only halfway through their work shift, assuming the morning person actually shows up on time, which they rarely do. That sucks. You were super overleveled when you fought Fortisax, so you couldn't say. I was kind of overleveled, maybe. Actually, I don't know, because I actually did that stuff kind of early. No, he wasn't very tough, though. I mean, once you fought one dragon, you fought them all. Anyway, where do I want to place him? Like, he's got more going on him than like a lot of other bosses, which I respect, but it's just unfortunate that the base is so bland. Maybe this is a good spot. Let's put him above the Champion Grave Tender and beneath Duke's Dear Freya? Nah, that feels like a disservice. Better than Godskin Duo? Kinda, yeah. Better than that duo? It's arguable. These are kind of comparable. Yeah, okay. Even though this is a twofer and is annoying, this feels even like more arbitrarily annoying somehow. Oh yeah. So who do we have here? Grave Robber, Vargand, and Sarah. So this is the gank squad at the end of the Shulva side area. This is just god awful. I mean, it's also just like these three over here, but kind of worse because it's Dark Souls. So Dark Souls 2 rather. Let's put them this way. Because you have a fake Havel for no reason. That doesn't make a lot of sense. It's just why. Well, just why, man. Their fake co-op areas are garbage. All right, so Sword Saint Is this one Sword Saint? No, he doesn't have the thing on. I guess it is, unless the other one was Sword Saint. I can't tell anymore. So I think, without a doubt, Sword Saint Ishin should be S tier. Even though it's kind of ridiculously difficult, it's just such a good fight. It would be a disservice to like put it lower. Probably for me, between Gale and Frida. But very, very well done. Let me look at the other Ishin fight wherever I put him. No, this one's Sword Saint. And then this one is the old one. Because he's young here. And this dude's old. And he has like the fiery style attacks. Okay. So Sword Saint is there. And then the fire one. You never fought the Sword Saint? You only did the Shura ending? You might be missing out? Oh, you are. I would highly recommend going and fighting Sword Saint. Even though like a lot of their attacks are kind of similar, it's really surprising just how different they made them. I really enjoy it, obviously, having put it even higher than the other Ishin fight. So the Looking Glass Knight. Mechanically, this dude isn't very tough, but I think thematically he has a really good identity, which is a bit ironic if, he's just a mirror knight. His identity comes from the mirror. Anyway. Maybe quite not on the level of Flame Lurker or Morgott or Demon of Hatred. So let's say beneath the Knight's Cavalryman and above Corrupted Monk in the B tier. Slightly lower B tier. My Orphan of Kos, or as some say, Cosm, is without a doubt an S tier fight. My first time fighting the Orphan of Kos, I was using the Threaded Cane, and I would have killed him my first try, but I wanted to back away and look at some more of his attacks because I heard so much about him, and I was kind of disappointed at how easy it was. And so I got killed by like his lightning coming off the corpse of his mother because I didn't understand like exactly how it moved at that point on my first playthrough. So I ended up killing him my second try, which, I mean, I'm patting myself on the back now, sure. But the whole reason I bring that up isn't to gloat. It's to say the second time I tried fighting him with the Chikage, he wrecked me. He stomped me in. I probably literally had 100 deaths, if not like close to it, trying to kill him with the Chikage, compared to just me one time almost killing him my first playthrough with the Threaded Cane. So sometimes just like the weapons that you use can really influence fights somehow. And I don't know why, because like the cane wouldn't seem like it should be better, but maybe I was just like, I just feel more comfortable with the cane, obviously. I use it in most of my playthroughs, but anyway. I do think this is a really, really good fight. There's a lot of brutality in the Orphan of Kos's attacks. His visual design is unforgettable for multiple reasons. His screams are very visceral, and the way that he hops around the map is just brilliant. You really feel like the kind of pain that he's going through and inflicting it on the hunters for just like his suffering and grief, I guess. So a very, very good fight. Maybe he's not as good as Ishin, but for whatever reason, like I don't like Ishin's like justifications for fighting us at this point of the game, and the Orphan just feels a little bit more organic to where we're going, even though like we don't really have a good reason to fight it. We could just walk away. But that's not exactly like the hunter's MO at that point, is it? I don't know. I think this is probably a better fight. Maybe I should rate it higher than the Orphan. Maybe I will. Yeah. And Gale, I think it's just a different pacing than Sekiro, and I just enjoy this one a bit more. I think, yeah, this is probably good for me. Very iconic, like a placenta weapon. What the frick, dude? Exactly. Orphan is just too iconic to not be up there. So we've got the old Dragon Slayer. So this is the Ornstein from Dark Souls 2. That's a carbon copy of Ornstein and Smo, except he's worse and does like darkness attacks, I think. Unless they changed that, I don't remember. So he's very underwhelming. I don't think he's worth a D tier because he's an okay boss, but he's also not phenomenal. But very underwhelming since you may have already fought him in Dark Souls 1. So I'm gonna put him maybe above the Crystallians and beneath Deacons of the Deep. Very, very low C. Seath the Scaleless. Hey, a dragon, but this one's quite a bit different from the other dragons. This is another gimmick fight. Cutting his tail can be awful, especially if you're doing it in the higher New Game Plus cycles. But he's interesting at least, so he's got that going for him. He's got a lot of lore too, and his stuff like with being blind and like grasping for life, I think just does a lot of really good ties into like Buddhism with like the idea of being attached to life. And if you grip onto life so firmly, like you'll lose it, kind of like trying to grip onto water or maybe sand. Like the harder you grip, the more you end up losing because it's not something you can do like that. And Alan Watts also has like another really good comparison where like you can consider like the idea of holding on to life, like literally inhaling, holding on to your breath for as long as you can. And it's because you like want to hold on to breath because breath is life. But the more you hold on to your breath, the more painful it becomes. And you can't do that because it's just antithetical to what it is. In order to breathe, you have to breathe in and breathe out. And once you breathe out, it'll come back to you, which I think is just absolutely brilliant. So I think Seath does a lot of heavy lifting for Dark Souls 1's world building and storytelling, even if it doesn't necessarily seem like it on the surface. This is a Walmart Ornstein, boo. Is it actually Ornstein or just someone in his armor? Oh boy, that debate. You always figured it was the latter. It's kind of arguable. I think maybe more reason to believe it's just somebody else, especially like with the way that DS3 ended up retconning things, but I don't really know if there's a good argument to say that it's the true one because their attacks are so different. So the Tibia Mariner, this dude is barely a boss. He's kind of like, what's another one that you just kill that summons things? I don't know. I thought it was down here though. I kind of like the Witch of Hemwick. Yeah, it's pretty much like the Witch of Hemwick, but for Elden Ring, and kind of less lethal directly. At least he can hit you sometimes. I don't know. He's not very good, but on occasion he can summon gigantic skeletons which can shoot frickin' lasers out of their heads, and so that's kind of cool, but not very strong as a boss. But he still has a cool concept, which I can respect, and he has like some lore significance, which is pretty cool. So while I would rate him kind of lower, I think I'll take that into consideration and definitely bump him maybe above the Dragon Slayers, but beneath Gideon. So not fantastic, but not completely terrible, to be honest. So yeah, the Godskin Apostle, one of my favorite Elden Ring bosses in terms of lore, visuals, mechanics, and all that. So the first time I fought one of these dudes, I fought the one in the Caelid Divine Tower when I went there really early. I think I was like level 42 when I first arrived, and he beat the crap out of me. He finally made me break my vow of like upgrading my spirit ashes. So I upgraded my like 2 little Scullabros, and then those helped me kill him by like taking away some of his aggro. But I fought these things so many times now that I've kind of come to understand their attack patterns, and they're not nearly as difficult for me anymore. But I do think the Apostle is better than the Noble for like the attacks because of just how much more lithe they are. They're not as cheap in terms of like rolling straight at you and almost one-shotting you. There's a bit more interplay between their attacks and the nobles. So I think he's kind of close to a blood-starved beast for me. But what else is this? Martyr Logarius. Maybe not quite on the level of Martyr Logarius, but maybe he is. I don't know. Martyr Logarius versus Godskin Apostle. I feel like my opinion on these two could probably just change with the flip of a coin, drop of a hat, really. So I think Logarius just has like a little bit more going for him with like the cutscene and like the skull attacks. But I really do like the black flame stuff that the Godskins do and just how grotesque their robes are. They're really cool to me. Lennon says, it's interesting. Azur has this grasping analogy too, but he lets go instead of clenching his hand. I guess that's kind of true. What is this? Oh, this is Omen Killer, not Rollo. So he's just an Omen Killer. He's a boss. I think he gets a C. Not nearly as good as like Lady Butterfly or anything like that, though. Maneater. Probably better than the Four Monkeys. No, I like that gimmick, actually. Not as good as those or those. The thing is, this one doesn't really even feel like a boss. It just feels like an enemy. Yeah, I guess I'm going to have to rank him lower just because he doesn't really feel like a boss. Yeah, I guess I'll just put him straight at the bottom of C. He doesn't really feel like a boss. So, okay, we have the Mimic tiers. Yeah, okay, we're not going to touch the Mimic tier because it's either the weakest boss in the game, which I mean rip your build, or the strongest and rip your life. Actually, these things can be extremely tough on the New Game Plus cycles, just because they're so much tankier than you are. They can deal a ridiculous amount of damage, potentially, depending on your build. And they can heal. So it's just kind of hard to deal with them on New Game Plus cycles because they have way more health. And this, I can't tell what this patch of like red and green is. Oh, this is not Makar, but this is still a magma worm. I'm not going to worry about him because he's in an enclosed space. So that's another repeat. So we just have Radigan and the silver tier, which, I mean, they're the same, aren't they? Not really. But anyway, I really enjoy the Radigan fights, and I think it's such a shame that it gets paired with the Elden Beast, because it, in my mind, I'm pretty sure it makes people realize or not realize how good Radigan actually is and how well he's designed. I do think he has like a little bit of unfair stuff with some of his laser beams, but I think there are so few bosses that just use a hammer in the FromSoft games. It's really refreshing to get a bit of a taste of like just a normal hammer user as well as like Godfrey's axe. So Radigan, I think, does get an A tier from me. Definitely above the Taurus Demon. Probably above Cleric Beast. It's kind of on par with the Gwyn to a certain extent. But not as iconic, I don't think. So let's put it below Gwyn, but above Cleric Beast. But yeah, that's a really good spot for Radigan. So, yeah. Mimic tier be like weak foe ahead. Yeah. Radigan is worthy of a final boss. Yeah, I agree with that. It took me a couple tries to beat Radigan before I ever got to face the Elden Beast. And then it wasn't always consistent that I would get to the Elden Beast. And he is difficult because you can't really bleed him. You can freeze him, but it's not going to do that much. So, All right, everybody. This took way longer than I intended, so we'll kind of kick off the React content tomorrow, and I'll have to like remake my thumbs and all that. So for all of you who've stuck around or fell asleep during this, it's all good. I appreciate it. Thank you for lurking. Please comment, like, and subscribe on the video to help with the algorithm and all that nonsense. I appreciate that. And hopefully we will see you on the next one, where we'll go live looking at some of this other content. Can I do that? Okay. Yeah, so I do have my playlist queued up. I know Minds Patch had said something, so I'll need to like look to see if I actually included it into this list. So I thought we could start off with Bob the Hollow's comments and tips for lore hunting. I thought that'd be a good start for going into this kind of foray here. So although it shows that I've like watched all of this, I haven't. I only like started the beginning when I was like adding this into the playlist, and it just does that for like a lot of these videos, but I really have not watched these, I promise you. So all of these are going to be brand new for me, except for this one, which I have watched, but I'll give Velam my feedback on this because he asked. And yeah, we will be going live again later tonight at 10 p.m. or yeah, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you, Spectre, for staying awake. You can go to sleep. All right, everybody. Once again, thank you so much. Take care, and last Protagonist out.